Chapter 669. A milky white mist slowly accumulated in the mountain valley. However, the morning sun slowly rose over the eastern sea. Painstakingly climbing over countless mountains, it threw its warmth and light into the air above the mountain manor, causing the white mist to slowly dissipate. It seemed that in just an instant, the sky had brightened. In the green mountain valley filled with trees, the birds chirped as they woke up. Dew dripped from the leaves. Freed from their heavy burden, the leaves bounced back happily like they were stretching. The entire mountain valley was filled with a fresh, breathing feeling. Fan Xian rubbed his slightly sore eyes and sat by the bed for a while before waking up. Last night, he had talked too long with his father and slept too late, so he was not used to it. Not many people in 10 Family Village knew of his arrival. There were no servants or serving girls in this place. When he pushed open the wooden door and felt the cool mountain wind hit his face, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the basin of hot water at his feet. Sitting on the threshold, he wrung out a towel in the basin of hot water and wiped his face forcefully until his cheeks were slightly red. Only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction. He threw the towel back into the basin and carried it into the courtyard to the side, indicating for his subordinates to keep quiet when they saw him. The entire morning, Fan Xian served his father, brought tea and water, cooked food, and massaged his back. He had been reborn for 20 years. Most of it had been in Danzhou and Jingdou. It had also been 3 years since he had seen his father. He knew that he was not actually a competent son. It was rare that he was in a foreign mountain valley and had nothing else to worry about. He took his duties as a son seriously. Minister Fan was only surprised in the beginning. Once he understood what he was thinking, he only smiled and let him be. Calm and unruffled, he was served by his son. Casually eating some plain porridge and white bread, the father and son pushed open the courtyard door and followed the wide straight path of 10 Family Village toward the large mountain beside the village. The straight path was still covered by a faint white mist. It was impossible to see clearly the cracks in the stone slabs under their feet. Fan Xian carefully supported his father. As they walked, he quietly spoke with him. The straight path had 3 horizontal and 1 vertical. Although it was in the white mist, it was possible to see that the standard was very high and very spacious. It did not match the height of the buildings in the mountain village at all. Fan Xian knew that this was an advance preparation for future transportation needs. A branch of peach blossom peeked out from the white fog. Minister Fan pointed at it and quietly said something. Fan Xian, who was at his side, nodded repeatedly. Next to another stone well, Minister Fan said a few more words, and Fan Xian nodded again. On the way out in the morning, Minister Fan warmly explained to Fan Xian what the workshop would be used for in the future, who would be stationed in the house, and how the 3 workshops would be placed if they were to rise again. Just like that, they talked and walked. It didn't take long for the father and son to walk along the stone path into the Green Mountain. They only stopped when they reached the side of the mountain next to a flying rock. The father and son turned their heads at the same time to look down the mountain. They saw a streak of golden light penetrating thousands of li from the east. In an instant it swept away the white mist in the mountain valley, revealing its true appearance. There were countless different kinds of residences arranged in picturesque disorder in the valley, following the direction of the straight path. Between the green walls and black eaves, an occasional old tree peeked out. It was incomparably fresh. In the distance, they could faintly see a few wisps of smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. Presumably, the people who had woken up early were boiling water and cooking. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the mountain valley. He saw the densely packed residences gradually growing farther and farther between the 2 mountains. They stretched out toward the east. He couldn't see the end. Last night, he had only seen the starlight beneath his feet. Now that he had seen its true appearance, he realized that the 10 Family Village was now such a grand existence. Thinking of the hard work of these 2 years, thinking of the people who had worked hard for the 10 Family Village, and seeing the results in front of him, a smile gradually spread between his brows, lips, and teeth. Treasuring a wall is a crime. Minister Fan supported his tired waist and smiled as he panted. Right now, it is just a shell. If you actually put the gemstones in and the news gets out, I'm afraid everyone in the world will come to take a bite out of you. Not many people have the power to bite me, Fan Xian replied with a smile. Minister Fan shook his head in disapproval. Although the valley is easy to defend and difficult to attack, how can a mere few thousand people stop the attack of a country's army? Last night, Father showed me the map. If the Emperor were to send out troops to attack, Dongyi and Northern Qi in between should have some reaction. Dongyi will soon be part of the Qing kingdom, that is only in name. Without 10 years of effort, it will be difficult for the Qing kingdom to peacefully bring Dongyi into their system. What about Dongyi themselves? Or perhaps the Northern Qi people? Minister Fan looked at him with a slight smile. The inheritance your mother left behind has great allure. No one can resist it. This place is already close to Northern Qi. How could the Northern Qi people let it go? Fan Xian smiled and helped his father sit on a rock halfway up the mountain. After thinking for a moment, he said, I have a way to keep the little emperor in check on Northern Qi. Even if she is blinded by the diamonds, I have a way to make her give up on this idea. A second palace treasury has appeared in the world. Do you think the ruler of a country can just give it up if he says so? Minister Fan used an amused gaze to examine his son. Although I don't know where your confidence in the Northern Qi Emperor comes from, if this matter were to get out, the civil and military officials of Northern Qi would certainly be drooling. Even if the little emperor doesn't want to offend you, how could he stop the will of the entire country? Fan Xian stood by his father's side and withdrew his gaze from below. With a pained smile, he said, What can I do? This has always been a hot potato. Putting aside the emperor's side for now, even in the future, if I want to protect this place, I need to be strong enough. All right, we'll do as you say. Putting aside the emperor for now. Minister Fan smiled. The father and son both knew that the greatest danger to Ten Family Village still came from the emperor in Jingdo. Let's talk about the 3 countries. You have to contend with them. How much power do you have right now to protect this place? I have the most 9th-level aces in the world under my command. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said seriously, more than the emperor. Are you sure Sigurd is willing to give those people to you? Minister Fan asked. Even if he is willing to give them to you, once he dies, how will you control the people in the sword hut? That will depend on how Sigurd handles it, Fan Xian replied. As for whether to give them or not, I don't think he needs to consider it. This matter has the greatest benefit for Dongyi. Speaking of benefits, I am truly worried about the people of the Qing kingdom. Fan Xian suddenly became gloomy. This is only a supplement, a backup, and a threat. Fan Xian pressed his lips together and quietly said, if we don't have to use it, that would be the best outcome. The white fog in the valley had long dissipated. Being forced by the gradually rising temperature of the ground, it floated upward invisibly. Halfway up the mountain, it met with the slightly cool mountain wind blowing through the valleys and gradually seeped out a white mist. The Fan father and son sat among the white clouds on a green rock. Mist swirled around them. Their sleeves fluttered lightly, making them look like 2 immortals. Not far away, on the side of the path leading into the mountain, a farmer was chopping wood. He forcefully suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not turn his gaze toward the 2 figures in the clouds. Even further away, there were a few branches hidden in the darkness. These people were the guards of Ten Family Village, secretly protecting the buildings and people here. Naturally, the existence of these people could not be hidden from Fan Xian. They probably could not be hidden from Minister Fan either. The 2 of them did not want to alarm too many people. They only silently watched the clouds rise and fall around them. They had been silent for a long time. Suddenly, Minister Fan calmly said, for a person to be able to change a world from his bones is something that has never happened in the thousands of years of history. Fan Xian did not reply. He knew what his father was talking about. Your mother was a genius. She had the bearing and talent of a celestial. Perhaps she wanted to use her own power to change this world. However, in the end, she still failed. Minister Fan's expression was cold and wooden. However, there was an indescribable regret in this coldness and wooden. He raised his arm and waved his sleeve amidst the faint mist. Pointing at the buildings in the valley, he said emotionally, "Many years ago, on that wasteland in the north of Min, I was also like today, looking at the boundless magnificence of the scene, born out of desolation. Your mother's mind always had so many strange and wonderful ideas. Not only did she convince the people of the world, she also seemed to have convinced the heavens of the restrictions they gave us. How could one not be moved?" Fan Xian listened and was moved slightly. Back then, if your mother had not died, the palace treasury would certainly not be what it is now. Based on her thoughts, the Yi family's business would eventually spread all over the world. Minister Fan sighed. "I originally did not approve of your intention to build this 10-family village. Thinking of your mother's wish, I let you do it. In those years, no, these years, I have been thinking about a question. That is, where did your mother come from? What did she want to do in this world? Also, why did she leave?" Fan Xian sat down and sat close to his father in silence. Minister Fan's thin face appeared particularly calm in the mountain wind. "Us old people have all experienced things from many years ago. We can guess that your mother came from that illusory temple. Wu Zhu was her guard. The temple has never been involved in worldly affairs. Why would there be such a dreamlike story?" Fan Xian hugged his knees with his hands and gently pressed his face against them. He looked at his father from the side and sank into a daze. He knew that his father had once been a famous dissolute scholar in Jingdo. Poetry, literature, calligraphy, and painting were all among the best in the world. It was only later that his companions began to plot for the world that he gave up those spiritual things and threw himself into dry and important matters such as accounts. Halfway up the mountain beside 10-family village, Fan Xian, who had already retired from the position of Minister of Revenue in the Qing Kingdom for 3 years, finally returned to the appearance of an artistic youth. However, the youth was approaching old age. If it was truly the Emperor's web back then, why was Wu Zhu moved away? Minister Fan's voice suddenly became sharp. He stared at Fan Xian and said, "In this world, there is only one kind of threat that could move Wu Zhu away from your mother's side." Fan Xian muttered, "The temple." "Correct. If someone from the temple hadn't descended, Wu Zhu would certainly not have left Jingdo to stop that person," Minister Fan said with narrowed eyes. Minister Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "If all of this was part of the Emperor's plan, how did he know that people from the temple would come? How could he come into contact with the illusory temple? You suspect that the Emperor was working with the temple?" Fan Xian sat up straight. His hands left his legs as he looked at his father. Minister Fan lowered his eyelids slightly and said, "These years, Chen Pingping and I have guessed. The reason we haven't done anything is because we still respect and fear the temple in our hearts. If the Emperor is truly the person designated by the temple, what can we do? If only Wu Zhu had not lost his memory. He should know the secret of the temple." He looked at Fan Xian warmly and said, "If you are truly going to break off relations with the Emperor, you must make this matter clear. We are all mortals. We are not your mother. It is impossible for mortals to oppose the temple." Fan Xian's expression was calm. Even after hearing about the temple, he still did not feel a glimmer of fear. "Uncle Wu Zhu has already left." "Where did he go?" "He went home, to the temple to have a look." The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched slightly. Before he left, he said that there was no one left in the temple. "Father, don't worry too much. If the temple truly does not interfere in worldly affairs, then he will not be able to affect me at all. How many years has Wuxia been gone? Almost 3 years. He still hasn't returned in 3 years. Minister Fan slowly closed his eyes. I'm afraid there are some problems. Fan Xian didn't reply. He was also incomparably worried about Uncle Wuxia. However, he had never thought of using the worldly affairs of the world to stop Uncle Wuxia's journey to find him. Furthermore, from the beginning, he knew that the temple hidden in the ice and snow must have played some sort of role in the story from many years ago. Hearing his father's analysis, he was increasingly certain of this point. Back then, Chen Pingping insisted that you send Xiaofan back to northern Qi. You should know now why. Yes, in the world, only Xiaofan, Ku He, and Uncle Wuxia know where the temple is. Naturally, Ku He would not say, and Uncle Wuxia has never remembered. Only Xiaofan knows, Fan Xian replied. The old director wanted me to know the secret of the temple. With these words, Fan Xian's eyelashes suddenly blinked. Many things from the past and the future were strung together in his heart. He even clearly remembered the conversation he had with the old man in the wheelchair by the pool in the Overwatch Council beside the fish that had sunk to the bottom of the sand. Chen Pingping waved his hand and furrowed his brows. In the future, you have to learn to open up your sights. Don't always stare at a single ministry, a single department, a mere official, a mere jingdo. You have to learn to stand higher. Fan Xian replied, do I have to place my sights on the entire world? Chen Pingping smiled. Perhaps it should be higher. Where should one place their sights higher than the world be? Naturally, it was the temple high above the clouds and deep in the cold. Fan Xian's expression changed slightly. Only now did he understand that a long time ago, Chen Pingping had guessed that the temple stood behind the emperor. That was why he had him send Xiaofan back to the north to remind him that the emperor was not just one person. Since you understand, it is good. The emperor himself is already incomparably powerful, but there is still a temple standing behind him. Minister Fan's eyes remained closed. Thus, I cannot summon any thoughts of rebelling against him. Since you dare, you have to dig up the roots. Fan Xian did not reply. In reality, Uncle Wuxia returning home had always been a hidden move in his plan. To deal with the temple, only a great grandmaster and above could do it. Uncle Wuxia returned to the temple while Fan Xian stayed in this world to continue his training. Although Wuxia thinks there is no one in the temple, Minister Fan furrowed his brows, who knows? Based on what you said, he has already left for over 2 years, yet there has been no news of him. What if something happened to him there? I don't know either. A feeling of defeat rose in Fan Xian's heart. However, in front of the emperor, he had already experienced too many defeats. It was so many that he was almost numb, so he did not care. In the future, if things do not work out, I will go to the temple to find him. Even if he dies, I will dig up his body from the snow. Fan Xian's heart felt a wave of coldness. Within the coldness, there was a glimmer of heat that could not be extinguished. Resolutely and calmly, he said, this has nothing to do with the Qin kingdom. It is only my business. Uncle Wuxia was his closest family. He was an indispensable part of his life. If something happened to Uncle Wuxia, even if Fan Xian continued to live, he would not be able to live comfortably. If he could not live comfortably, what was the point of living? Minister Fan looked at him calmly. He knew that the secret regarding the temple was hidden in the depths of this kid's heart. Thinking of how he had been hiding it from him all these years, Minister Fan was not angry. On the contrary, he was happy. There were not many young people in this world with such shrewdness. Probably only young people like this could survive in the struggle against the emperor and live better and better. Things do not work out? Although he admired him in his heart, Minister Fan still said mockingly, if that day truly comes, do you think the emperor will still let you live on the path to find the temple? I don't know. This was the second time Fan Xian had said he didn't know. There were not many unfathomable people in this world, but the emperor was clearly one of them. Fan Xian did not wish to completely break off relations with the man on the throne. Firstly, there was some affection. Secondly, Fan Xian knew that, no matter what, he was no match for the emperor. "I don't know," Fan Xian repeated. Fan Xian repeated, "But to live, there are always things that must be done. So what if you lose? Although the emperor is incomparably powerful, if he wants to kill me, it will not be a simple matter." He smiled bitterly and said, "Unless he is willing to leave the royal palace, throw aside state affairs, and chase me all over the world." Minister Fan smiled slightly and said, "This kind of thing is truly not in line with his personality. However, you are his most trusted and favored official. If he discovers that you have truly betrayed him, it would not be surprising if he did anything under the agitation of such emotions. Then, I can only pray for the blessings of the heavens," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. "So, it's still the same thing. Before Uncle Wu Zhu returns, I don't want to have a falling out with the emperor." Minister Fan also smiled. He finally understood that his hesitation these 2 years was not just because of the unease he felt under the pressure of ethics. It was also because he was waiting and had to stall for time. If the source of the emperor's powerful confidence was the Qin kingdom's powerful national strength, the endless money in the palace treasury, the scheming techniques that controlled the world, and his own powerful grandmaster cultivation, Fan Xian's confidence came from the part of the Overwatch Council that belonged to him. He had enough information in his head to rebuild the palace treasury, banknotes in his pocket to rebuild the palace treasury, and that powerful Wu Zhu. "I hope Yi Luyun has truly gone out to sea." Minister Fan glanced at Fan Xian with deep meaning. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He knew what his father wanted to remind him of. A moment later, he said, "I also hope so." Fan Xian only stayed in 10 Family Village for a day. He secretly met with the Qingyu Hall shopkeepers who had been rescued from Jingdo. Both sides sighed endlessly. Although these old shopkeepers were already dead in the records of the Qing court, they still had relatives in Jingdo and friends in the 3 workshops in Jiangnan. Fan Xian had been worried that if he left these old shopkeepers in 10 Family Village, they would have other thoughts. But after meeting them, he found that these old shopkeepers were particularly passionate about the rebuilding of the palace treasury. They even wanted to throw the rest of their lives into it. For the old Yi shopkeepers, this had nothing to do with the Bulsh *T palace treasury. They also didn't care how much the Qin kingdom's national strength would be weakened. They only thought that these things had always belonged to the Yi family. Back then, they had been taken by the shameless Qing royal family. Now that the young master wanted to rebuild the Yi family, tears began to flow. Old Ma's heart began to jump. Fan Xian and the old shopkeepers once again checked the flow charts of the 3 workshops and once again confirmed the possibility of 10 family villages' future. They finally completed the goal of this trip. At dusk, he bowed deeply to his father, and then left the large village alone, walking into the deep valley. He was halfway up the mountain. When he turned his head back to look, the valley was already dark. The lights gradually lit up like the stars in the sky. He raised his head and looked up. The sky was dotted with stars like the lights of the mortal world. The starlight filled the sky. He didn't know whether it was falling from the sky or rising from the ground. It was extremely beautiful. Chapter 670. Dongyi. At the foot of the hill outside the city, the wretched yellow grass hut was as quiet as before. There was no sword light, sword wind, or the sound of swords slicing through the air. There was only silence. It was already late spring and close to summer. The blazing sun shone on the ocean to the east of the land, raising endless amounts of water vapor. It plunged all of Dongyi into a humid heat. Fortunately, the sea breeze never stopped, so it could slightly relieve the boredom. Ever since the battle at Dong Mountain 3 years ago, the disciples of the Sword Hut had moved their practice area outside. No one dared to disturb the Sword Saint's recovery in the depths of the hut. That was why the hut appeared so quiet. The invisible water vapor that filled the air grew colder as the sun sank. It sank toward the ground and slowly attached itself to the scraps of swords and metal, forming a few water droplets. The setting sun gradually set. A faint red light shone into the depths of the sword hut and into the large pit. It clearly reflected the water droplets on the countless swords. They seeped into the blood-red color, making it look like blood. A few black flies flew in from somewhere and curiously circled the sword pit, making a disgusting buzzing sound. These creatures didn't know what kind of position and reputation this pit, the swords in it, represented. They only instinctively stared at the red water droplets on the swords. They were incomparably confused. Why didn't this blood have a hint of a pleasant fishy smell? The weather was hot, so the natural icy fiendish aura in the sword grave was much fainter. That was why these black flies had enough courage to fly around. However, in the dark room next to the sword grave, there was an icy coldness that was completely different from the outside environment. Perhaps it was because the room had not seen light for a long time, or perhaps it was because the great grandmaster lying on the bed was gradually approaching death, giving off a heart-palpitating coldness. There were no black flies, spiders, or webs in the room. No mosquito dared to bite the person wrapped in the thick blankets. In a corner of the snow-white wall, there was a long-legged mosquito about the size of a fingernail staring fixedly at the person it had bitten. The long-legged mosquito was shivering, its transparent wings stroking its withered body from time to time, reminding itself that it was still alive. Its two long legs also seemed particularly weak, and its whole body was suffused with an unhealthy brownish-yellow color, as if it was about to turn into a shell. It didn't fly away because it didn't find anyone in the hut that it could suck blood from. The people in the hut seemed to have some strange magic power. As long as it got close to them, it would be repelled by an invisible barrier and killed. Only the dying man on the bed didn't have that kind of ability, but the long-legged mosquito still didn't dare to fly down because it felt a chill coming from the dying man. In this hot day, it was so cold that it almost couldn't bear it. But it was still enduring, because it knew that the person was about to die. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as he died, he would turn into blood and rotten flesh. It needed blood, and the black fly brothers outside needed rotten flesh. Under the thick blankets, Sigurd-Jien's entire body was icy cold. He trembled endlessly. Each tremble brought with it a tearing pain from the wound in his chest. 3 years ago, he had been struck by the Qing Emperor's fist and one of his arms had been torn off by Yi Luyun. A month ago, he had been stabbed twice in the chest by the shadow. Even though the poison Fei Jie had planted had already frozen all of his wounds, there was no longer any sign of life. Logically speaking, he should have died a long time ago, but he didn't die. He only opened his eyes and stared woodenly at the snow-white wall in the room and the long-legged mosquito in the corner. He watched as the mosquito trembled and suffered, waiting for the mosquito to not be able to endure it and fall off the wall. The emotions in the great grandmaster's eyes were indifferent and calm. It was as if he had long seen through everything in the world, including the last part of life, the great fear between life and death. There was not a sliver of the ruthless killing intent from when he had killed 100 tiger guards, nor was there a sliver of the bloody sword intent from when he had massacred the manor. There was also not a sliver of the soaring, unyielding fighting spirit. There wasn't even the interest from many years ago when he watched the ants move under the tree. There was only calmness and the shadow of the withered, yellow-brown, trembling long-legged mosquito. Sigurd-Jien, on the verge of death, refused to die because he was waiting for someone. The room door was gently pushed open. The slightly warm twilight outside seeped in and cast the young man's long shadow on the ground. Sigurd-Jien did not waste the last of his life. He glanced at him and didn't open his mouth to say anything. He knew that since the other party had rushed back, he would tell him some things he wanted to hear. Fan Xian left Jingdo and turned toward Weizhou. He then stealthily made his way to Ten Family Village. After traveling arduously for several days, he finally met up with the Overwatch Council group outside Dongyi. He didn't waste any time and rushed to the sword hut. Under Yunjilan's somewhat indifferent gaze, he pushed open the door and entered. He pushed open the door and entered again. He passed through 3 layers of doors and came to Sigurd-Jien's side with the sound of hurried footsteps. He looked at Sigurd-Jien's head, which was exposed outside the thick quilt. Only then did he realize that this sword saint great-grandmaster's body was indeed very thin and weak. Even with 3 layers of quilts, it was still a very small section. Thus, his head appeared to be particularly large. Even at this stage, Sigurd-Jien was still not dead. This reality made Fan Xian feel secretly shocked. He looked at the old and cold face and said, "If the shape of the pool is not destroyed, one should draw in the spring water to fill one's body." He didn't say anything about the Qing Emperor's edict. He didn't discuss Dongyi's future. He didn't speak of the secret in his heart. In the first instant, Fan Xian recited the nameless martial secret he had cultivated since he was young clearly and generously, sentence by sentence. The nameless martial secret was divided into 2 volumes. Fan Xian had only cultivated the first volume in over 20 years of his life. Although he knew the second volume by heart, he hadn't made any progress. It was as if these words were carved into his mind and would not fade. It only took him a few breaths to recite them in front of Sigurd-Jien's bed. He didn't have to worry about whether or not Sigurd-Jien could understand or remember. Even if he was about to die, he was still a great grandmaster. Following Fan Xian's words, Sigurd-Jien's gaze gradually moved away from the mosquito in the corner of the wall. No one knew where he was staring at. His indifferent gaze became sharp and focused like a sword. The body of the sword gradually glowed, shining, and burning. Fan Xian's lips closed. He then waited silently and quietly to the side. Without needing him to open his mouth to explain, Sigurd-Jien could tell from these exquisite sentences and the strange and unusually crude method of circulating qi that the heart he was reciting was the Qing Emperor's tyrannical true secret. Sigurd-Jien's eyes gradually grew brighter as Fan Xian recited. As Fan Xian closed his mouth, they dimmed. "How do I cultivate the second half?" Fan Xian asked respectfully with his head lowered. "I cannot." Sigurd-Jien's voice was very weak and raspy, but his answer was very determined. Fan Xian was not disappointed. He continued to calmly ask, "But, the emperor cultivated the second half. It is the way of the king. The pinnacle of the tyrannical way is the way of the king?" Perhaps it was because he had finally learned the secret of the Qing Emperor's martial method before he died, but Sigurd-Jien's spirit was much better than before. His voice gradually became smoother. With slight mockery, he said, "The tyrannical at the peak is still the tyrannical. Did your emperor really think there could be any substantial change? Reality has already proven this," Fan Xian said with his head lowered. Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "The emperor has fixed the second half of the scroll. I want to know how he did it and if it will affect him in any way." Sigurd-Jien sank into silence. A slight doubt gradually appeared in his light gaze. In the end, it immediately turned into a smile of understanding. In a quiet voice, he said, "The meridians of the physical body will always have a limit. Even for a little strange creature like you, there will always be a limit. That is why, under the tree and in the manner of the master of the city, you taught me that I should put my heart first. A person's physical body will always have a limit, but the heart will have no limit," Fan Xian continued. "Tyrannical." Sigurd-Jien coughed. His icy body trembled under the blankets. No one knew better than this great grandmaster that no matter how extraordinary a person was, once their vitality was broken and their physical body was destroyed, they were no different from a normal person. If one can truly surpass the limits of the human body. Sigurd-Jien slowly closed his eyes and began to play out the scenes on Dong Mountain in his mind. The rain fell on the mountaintop. That finger broke through the rain and landed between Ku He's brows. In an instant, half the lake's water went in and forcefully burst through Imperial Advisor Ku He's Sea of Qi. It was that finger. Sigurd abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils rapidly constricted. In the end, they shrank to a small black dot like the tip of a sword. In a very slow voice, he said, "One finger to move half the lake." No one can move vital energy so quickly because, at the end of the cultivation of the meridians of the human body, no matter how broad, there are still limits. Fan Xian had not been on the mountain at the time and didn't know what Sigurd Jian was thinking. He didn't quite understand these words. He thought to himself that every person who practiced martial arts and raised their realm revolved around reality and power. The power was the so-called skill. Now, he had to add the heart that Sigurd Jian had taught him. However, reality was a person's true cultivation. Regardless of whether it was a normal cultivator's sea of qi and dantian, his own 2 circulations, or the snowy mountains behind his back, one had to have a foundation and then follow the meridians to move. The human body had meridians, so it had to be limited by them. He felt that Sigurd Jian's words were nonsense. However, Fan Xian gradually realized what Sigurd Jian was saying. His expression changed slightly. Complicated emotion seeped out of Sigurd Jian's cold and serene eyes. In the end, these emotions became a thick sense of mockery. Coupled with the slight wrinkle that he had forced out with difficulty at the corner of his mouth, it appeared harsh and disdainful. A low and strange laugh rang out from Sigurd Jian's dry lips. It was particularly ear-piercing. No one knew if he was laughing at the Qing Emperor, himself, or Fan Xian's overestimation of his own abilities to want to learn the latter half of the nameless martial secret. He looked at Fan Xian calmly and said each word clearly, "There are no meridians in the Qing Emperor's body." Although Fan Xian had already guessed a little from Sigurd Jian's words earlier, hearing these words abruptly, it was still like his mind had been struck by lightning. His mind buzzed with shock and confusion. The Emperor had no meridians in his body? But, how could someone without meridians survive? The latter half of the scroll still walks the path of the tyrannical way. If you continue to practice it, your meridians will explode and you will die. Even if you're lucky, you can only become a cripple for life. Sigurd Jian looked at Fan Xian and coldly said, "If you don't explode your meridians, it is impossible for you to do the methods in the second half of the scroll. Those directions are not normal. Even if you practice for another 50 years, it will be useless." Fan Xian took a few deep breaths and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that Sigurd Jian's analysis was correct. A few years ago, he had already practiced the tyrannical Zhenqi to the peak. At that time, he had already stepped into the doorstep of the 9th level and was in high spirits. Outside the Jingdo government yamen, he had broken Xia Bai En's sword with his fist. Unexpectedly, it had caused the Zhenqi in his body to explode and injure his meridians. He had painstakingly healed his injuries. In the end, after the Hanging Temple, during a pursuit and the Shadow's desire to kill, the hidden danger in his body exploded again. In the end, he was stabbed by the Shadow and seriously injured. Fan Xian had encountered the hidden danger of practicing the tyrannical martial method twice. More accurately speaking, when he was still a child, teacher Fei Jia had already sensed the great danger he would inevitably encounter in the future. That was why he had left him that large red pill. In the end, the large red pill had been sent into the Empress Dowager's mouth. Fan Xian knew it was only because he was lucky that he had survived after his Zhenqi had broken the limit twice and his meridians had been greatly damaged. He had relied on Begonia Duodwa's life-saving grace and Northern Qi's Tianyi Dao's secret natural martial method. In Jiangnan, he had used Tianyi Dao's natural Zhenqi to repair for a long time before he had healed the damage to his meridians. It was not until the 2 completely different types of Zhenqi had been cultivated to great success at the same time and circulated in 2 separate circulations in his body, supporting each other. Only then did he truly distance himself from the danger of Zhenqi exploding in his body and the shadow that had accompanied him since his childhood. However, He had received confirmation from Sigurd Jian's mouth that if he wanted to practice the second half of the scroll, he would have to allow the Jinqi to explode in his body and shatter all the meridians in his body. Fan Xian's face became deathly pale. Lying frozen in bed, difficult to eat and difficult to speak, such a life was not for a person to live. Furthermore, with all the meridians in his body shattered, how could he survive? Whether or not he can survive after his meridians are shattered is up to fate, Sigurd Jian said coldly. Without question, the Qing Emperor is a very lucky person. Even if he was about to die, Sigurd Jian would not admit that the Qing Emperor was fated. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then shook his head. Luck cannot solve problems. My luck was not bad. The first time my meridians were damaged, I did not die. But, I know that if my meridians are completely shattered, I can only become a useless person. Furthermore, the pain that is everywhere in my body is not something a person can endure. But, the Qing Emperor endured it and lived. Sigurd Jian lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed imperceptibly. Fan Xian had sunk into a state of stupidity. He had many dreams, or ideals, in this life. Putting aside the worldly problems of his wife, children, and money, the nameless martial secret that had accompanied him for his entire second life had faintly become a part of his life. Although he had never said it explicitly, in his heart, he greatly desired to be able to practice this martial secret to the second volume. It had nothing to do with breaking through realms and becoming a great grandmaster. It was purely a desire. However, this desire had become an extravagant hope that could not be reached. To be able to survive after his meridians had shattered and endure the inhuman pain, forcefully gather the bits of Jinqi in his body that had scattered like starlight, endure the annoyance of his entire body being stiff, defend his will, and recultivate, Fan Xian suddenly remembered that Chen Pingping and his father had once mentioned to him that during the Qing kingdom's first northern expedition against the Wei kingdom, the emperor had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Commander Zhang Qingfeng. He himself had also been heavily injured. His entire body was stiff, unable to move, and he had almost died. It looked like the emperor's breakthrough in his martial secret had happened on the ever-changing and incomparably dangerous battlefield. Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of what his feelings toward the emperor were, when he thought of the scenes on the battlefield, the torture the middle-aged man had experienced in his body, and the miraculous changes, he still felt a sense of admiration. Other than fate, what else is needed? Fan Xian asked to himself. Perseverance, extraordinary perseverance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to endure that kind of pain, the torment between life and death, the fear of being sealed in the darkness and struggling against the unknown, Sigurd Jian said indifferently. Although he had never cultivated the nameless martial secret, he only needed a thought to know what kind of training the Qing Emperor had experienced if he wanted to cultivate the second half of the scroll. The Qing Emperor must have been in great pain, very great pain. That is precisely why I was happy just now. Without waiting for Fan Xian to reply, Sigurd Jian continued with a raspy laugh. I admire the willpower and perseverance of someone who can endure this. I can't do it, and you can't do it, Sigurd Jian said. In this world, there is probably only one person who can have such willpower and be so cruel to himself. You should give up on this thought. Fan Xian lowered his head and didn't know what to say. He only heard Sigurd Jian's angry voice ring out by his ear. This is not something a person can practice. Chapter 671. Just because it was not something people practiced did not mean that those who practiced it were not people. It could only mean that the great emperor of the Qing kingdom had cultivated an incomparably firm and extraordinary heart for the sake of the desire in his heart. Fan Xian sat by Sigurd Jian's bed and thought of this matter. He couldn't help but feel a slight chill in his heart. He couldn't suppress the feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. Although the mountain was not necessarily beautiful or approachable, it was tall and distant, piercing straight into the white clouds and making one's expression change. He took a deep breath and rubbed the slightly sore corners of his eyes. In a low voice, he said, "In terms of talent, Haitang is enough. In terms of willpower, 13th Wang is enough. In terms of diligence, I don't think I'm worse than anyone. However, up until now, I still can't see any opportunity for the latecomers to take that step. Why is this? Don't ask me." After Sigurjian's angry curse, he slowly closed his tired eyes. In a raspy voice, he said intermittently, "I was just thinking that all of us old fellows are dead and only the emperor is left in this world. Presumably, he would be lonely." After a moment of silence, Sigurjian suddenly continued to say mockingly, "I'm afraid that on Dong Mountain, he had already begun to feel lonely." No one knew if the faint mockery at the corners of his lips was directed at the Qing emperor or himself. Fan Xian suddenly said very seriously, "I want to confirm something. Yi Luyun, has he truly left the land?" Sigurjian thought deeply for a long time and then slowly moved his jaw with great difficulty. Fan Xian took a deep breath and then said, "If so, then so be it." Sigurjian closed his eyes and said, "It looks like you finally learned something and decided something during this return to the Qing kingdom." Fan Xian was not surprised that this great grandmaster could determine the emotions hidden in his heart from his words and emotions. After all, he was not a true idiot. Smiling slightly, he said, "Even if it's not raining, you still have to bring an umbrella. It's always good to be prepared. Where is Wu Zhu?" Sigurjian immediately pointed out the essence of the problem. Fan Xian did not directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, "What do you know about the temple?" With these words, Sigurjian understood Wu Zhu's whereabouts. A rare peaceful smile rose to his face. "The temple? It's just an inanimate object. You don't have to worry too much. Even if your emperor's cultivation method was passed down from the temple, so what? The temple won't personally help him." Fan Xian was not too sure of this. After all, many years ago, it seemed that the temple had heard the Qing emperor's prayers and sent out an envoy to move Uncle Wu Zhu out of Jingdo. Now that Uncle Wu Zhu had gone far away to the temple, just what kind of result he would obtain in the end seemed to have the most fundamental and far-reaching influence on the situation in the world. Sigurjian closed his eyes. It was as if he could feel the deep worry and faint fear in the depths of Fan Xian's heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "The temple is actually just a temple. It's not a true god." Fan Xian's heart jumped. He asked, "You've been to the temple?" "I'm not a freak like Ku He and Xiaofan. Why would I go to that godforsaken place?" Sigurjian furrowed his brows. It was clear that the thoughts in his heart did not match the tone of his words. "Besides, I don't know where the temple is. However," he continued, "you have to understand one thing. If the temple had truly sent someone to erase the traces your mother left in the world, then the palace treasury would have long disappeared and you would have died." Fan Xian was silent. He thought to himself that this judgment was correct. Of course, we can also determine that the temple has indeed sent an envoy to the human world. Sigurjian suddenly opened his eyes. They were calm. "Don't forget, Wu Zhu, that piece of wood, is also one of the temple's envoys. Since he was able to protect your mother and your safety, this can only mean that the envoy from the temple is not as powerful as you think." Fan Xian raised his brows. He then thought of something Uncle Wu Zhu had once said many years ago. "There are not many people left at home." Did this mean that the temple had already fallen and did not have the power to influence the world? Then, why did Uncle Wu Zhu want to go back? Of course, if everything was as he guessed, Fan Xian would be happy to accept this kind of situation. After all, facing a mountain-like emperor already made it difficult for him to bear the pressure. Adding on an unfathomable temple from beyond the heavens would truly damage his confidence to the lowest point. Back then, you once sent Xiaofan back to northern Qi. Your mother and Wu Zhu were both people from the temple. Don't you want to go back to the temple and see what that mysterious place is like? Sigurd opened his eyes and stared fixedly at Fan Xian. It was as if he wanted to see his true thoughts. It was also like a kind of temptation. Fan Xian listened to these words and then smiled. Looking back at him, he said, "If there is a chance, I would still like to go and see. However, that is on the basis that my life can be guaranteed. But for you to say such things at this time, presumably you are very curious?" As the pinnacle of human power, Sigurd was familiar with Wuxia. He faintly knew what the level of power in the temple was. Thus, he was not like the common people in this world, who had a sense of reverence and worship that welled up from the depths of his heart. He was a great grandmaster. His strength was powerful enough to be an equal to the figures in the temple. When he talked about the temple, his tone was not very respectful. On the contrary, there was a purposeful indifference and disdain. However, people were curious, and great grandmasters were no exception. This was especially true for a great grandmaster who was about to die. He was indifferent to everything in the world except for that temple. He still maintained his curiosity and desire to pry into it. After all, in this world, only Xiaofan and Ku He had been to the temple. Furthermore, these two old men were already dead. Perhaps Yi Qingmei and Wu Zhu came from the temple, but Yi Qingmei was already dead. Wu Zhu was on his way home. The secret of the temple from beyond the heavens was still this world's greatest secret. Sigurd looked at Fan Xian. There was a strange light hidden in the calmness of his gaze. He knew that the only person who knew the location of the temple should be this young man in front of him. "I found out from Xiaofan's mouth. Uncle Wu Zhu's memory has never been good." "Presumably, you know that," Fan Xian said quietly. "The temple is in the extreme north. After passing through northern Qi's borders, you still have to travel for many months on the snowy plains and frozen earth until you reach a place where it is always dark. If you are lucky, you will be able to see a grand and solemn black-green building. That is the temple." Sigurd fell silent. Before death came, he finally knew where the temple was. It seemed that he had obtained his wish and should be calm. However, the thin and small figure under the thick blankets clearly gave off a faint sense of melancholy. "So, it is in the extreme north where there is no sunlight all day. Is it the netherworld?" Sigurd eyes were like an ancient well as they slowly rippled with ancient lines. He sighed and said, "It is indeed not of this world." "Is it the netherworld?" Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the withered face under the quilt. Suddenly, he found that the face gradually emitted some kind of light. Could it be that knowing the location of the temple had caused this dying great-grandmaster to suddenly explode with some kind of obsession? Fan Xian did not explain what the extreme day and extreme night were. These concepts did not belong to this world. There was no need to say it and cause a headache. Since Sigurd was willing to think that the temple did not belong to this world, perhaps this kind of understanding would allow this great grandmaster to retain his concept of this world. "Is it the heart yearns for?" Sigurd sighed with admiration. "I had thought that if the Dong Mountain matter could be successfully concluded, I would travel to the ends of the earth to find the temple. Everyone is curious about the unknown." Fan Xian could understand this kind of emotion. Sigurd eyes narrowed slightly. Like a cold sword piercing the roof, he said in a raspy voice, "I just want to see if I can tear down that broken temple with the sword in my hand." Tear down the temple. After Fan Xian paused, countless complicated emotions rose in his heart. He had thought that Sigurd was just like Ku He and Xiaofan in the past, willing to go to the temple from beyond the heavens to satisfy the desire to explore the unknown that was in every life. He had not thought that this great grandmaster wanted to challenge the temple. With a sword behind his back, he walked slowly through the snowy plains, met the green mountains, entered the thick doors, pointed his sword at the illusory temple, and killed all the people in the clouds. What kind of heroic spirit was this? If the Dong Mountain matter had gone as Ku He and Sigu Jian had planned and the three sides of the world had settled, Sigu Jian would have grown tired of this world and probably would have walked the path of challenging the path of heaven. The name for the path of heaven in this world was the temple. Thinking of that scene, even someone as steady as Fan Xian couldn't help but be moved slightly. However, he knew that all of this had already ended with the Emperor's punch on Dong Mountain. In the end, Sigu Jian would probably never reach the temple in his entire life, much less point his sword at it. This was indeed a pity. "Will you go to the temple?" Sigu Jian suddenly asked as he stared into Fan Xian's eyes. "I don't know much about the temple, so I don't have any great ill feelings." In his previous life, Fan Xian had seen countless shameless religions. In comparison, the temple in the Qing Kingdom's world was far away and rarely interfered with worldly affairs. Fan Xian approved of this style. Furthermore, because it was mysterious and unfathomable, Fan Xian could not develop too many conflicting emotions. The temple does not interfere with worldly affairs? Sigu Jian smiled slightly. Then, how did your mother come out? How did the world change? Why is the Qing Emperor the current Qing Emperor? Perhaps those lofty people in the temple truly only watch all of this with cold eyes, but we grew up on this land. Why should they watch us live? This kind of feeling is not good. It makes me think of many years ago, under the large tree, watching those ants move and fight, Sigu Jian said coldly. But, I am not an ant. I don't like being watched by others. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, "If there is a day in the future when I go to the temple, I will carry your ashes there." Sigu Jian closed his eyes and said, "Not many of the things you say are true." Fan Xian suddenly realized that this great grandmaster's tone was like that of a child's. He couldn't resist smiling. "I am not a god of death like you. I don't have the courage or power to kill a god. If I have no other choice, I don't want to go to the temple to seek my own destruction." Pausing, Fan Xian scratched his head and said, "Of course, who knows what will happen in the future? If there is such a day, I will scatter your ashes on the stone steps of the temple and hit the feet of those immortals. It will be considered as fulfilling your wish." Sigu Jian said, "Then, when you burn it in a few days, you can't make the fire too strong. I don't have many bones in my body. If they were all burned to powder, it wouldn't hurt. You have to leave some large joints." Fan Xian replied, "That is indeed something to pay attention to." Between life and death, there was a great fear. Amidst this fear, Sigu Jian and Fan Xian smiled and talked about future matters, the remains, the size of the fire, and where it belonged. The atmosphere was relaxed. However, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a strange sense of sorrow. The sun had mostly set. The sea breeze blew past the city, lightly brushing across thousands of li. It went straight into the depths of the grass hut and stirred up a gust of wind outside the quiet room of the sword hut. Thousands of swords in the pit moved at the same time, making a ringing sound that moved one's heart. Sigu Jian turned his head with great difficulty. His gaze flashed past Fan Xian's shoulder and looked at the stubborn and idiotic long-legged mosquito in the corner of the wall. It was already at the end of its life, unable to eat and unwilling to fly away. He sank into a long silence. Fan Xian sat by his side. Suddenly, he bent down and quietly told him about the matter of Ten Family Village by his ear. Ten Family Village was located between northern Qi and Dongyi. If it truly wanted to grow, it could not do without the powerful support of the sword hut. The existence of Ten Family Village would certainly bring great benefits to Dongyi. Unexpectedly, after Sigu Jian heard that the Yi family was preparing to open a second battlefield in Dongyi, his expression remained calm and unchanging. He only stared at the corner of the wall. It was as if he did not care at all what Dongyi would become after his death. For a moment, Fan Xian thought he had misjudged Sigu Jian's intentions before his death. He had once taught him that the most important intentions were intentions. Sigurd opened his mouth and said, "There is a small booklet under my pillow. Before Ku-he died, he gave it to me from Qing Mountain and asked me to give it to you. I don't understand the things in the booklet. I hope you can understand them." Fan Xian was startled. He didn't know what was written on the booklet for the two great grandmasters to take it so seriously before they died. Chapter 672. Fan Xian looked at Sigurd. After a moment of silence, he moved closer to the head of the bed. Reaching his hand under the great grandmaster's head, he reached under the pillow. This movement was very slow. The skin on the back of his hand and wrist could clearly feel the wheat husk stuffed into the pillow, as well as the thin, messy, and powerless withered hair scattered on the pillow. His finger touched a hard object. Fan Xian's fingertip gently touched it and knew it was a small booklet wrapped in rough cloth. Pulling his hand back, he took out the booklet. Fan Xian didn't immediately lift the rough cloth. Instead, he stared in a daze at the booklet, confirming the guess in his heart. This was a relic left behind by Imperial Advisor Ku-he. It had been solemnly given to him by Sigurd hand. Presumably, it was a rare treasure. For such a thin booklet, the true value was probably the things recorded in it. Sigurd did not rush him. He only calmly and indifferently looked at the corner of the wall. It was as if he was not by his side and had not stretched his hand to the back of his head earlier. In the end, Fan Xian couldn't resist his powerful curiosity. In front of Sigurd he lifted the cloth and saw the contents inside. Different from what he had imagined and what Sigurd had said, it was not a small booklet inside. Rather, it was two booklets. Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. Carelessly, he flipped open the booklet on top. Looking at the extremely familiar Heart of Tianyi Dao that he could recite backwards, he could not hide his helpless smile. Before Sigurd died, he had personally given him pointers on the knowledge of heart and sword intent. Before Ku-he died, he had never forgotten to give the Heart of Tianyi Dao to Fan Xian. Fan Xian's mouth tasted bitter. It looked like these strange creatures of the older generation were truly a group of strange creatures. They had placed their last hope in resisting the great Qing Emperor on him. Before the great Grandmaster left this world, he wanted to leave behind a sufficiently powerful enemy for the Qing Emperor. Enemies outside of the Qing kingdom were no longer enough to be feared, so this person had to be chosen from within the Qing kingdom. Ku-he had his second disciple forcefully extend Shen Pingping's life and set up chess pieces in Shiliang Road. He had calculated that after his death, Fan Xian, this young man, and his cheap father, would certainly have some cracks that Northern Qi could use because of what had happened in the past and what was happening now. Sigurd gave Dongyi to Fan Xian with both hands, but he also gave Fan Xian a large bag. It was very, very heavy. "You guys really think highly of me." Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. His finger gently tapped the supreme heart that the Qing Mountain faction viewed as a treasure. "Or perhaps, you are too daring. You have actually placed such an illusory hope on me. Your mother is a person of Dongyi. It is only natural that I place my hopes on you." Sigurd said in a raspy voice. However, for Ku-he, that damn baldy, to be willing to give you such a large gift is truly beyond my expectations. Fan Xian looked at the Heart of Tianyi Dao in a daze. He thought that before Ku-he died, he probably still thought that what he had learned from Haitang was an improved version of the Heart of Tianyi Dao. He did not know that because Haitang was worried about his injuries, she had disregarded her teacher's orders and passed on the true Heart of Tianyi Dao to him. That was in the distant past, far away in Jiangnan. He didn't know what Haitang was doing on the grasslands. Over there, the Hugu had already stirred up trouble, and internal strife had begun in Shihu. No matter how talented she was, she would not be of much use far away from the northern Qi border. Before Ku-he died, he had given the true Heart of Tianyi Dao to Fan Xian in hopes of gathering the power of many people and creating another great grandmaster in this world. "Learning too many things is not necessarily a good thing," Fan Xian said. Sigurd slanted his eyes and glanced at him. I know you have long learned the things of the Qing Mountain faction. It looks like he has never met you, so he doesn't know this. The booklet he gave you is indeed not very useful. However, this book is still somewhat useful to the disciples of the Sword Hut. Fan Xian looked at him calmly. Of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, only Ku He and Sigurd widely accepted disciples. Given Sigurd ability to teach, he had suddenly obtained the secret of Tianyi Dao. How could he not make use of it and pass it on to his disciples? This is for you. Furthermore, it is the trust the damn Baldy had in me, Sigurd said proudly. I disdain to look at his things. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He nodded and said, if I didn't tell you about the 10 family village matter, would you not have given this book to me? Perhaps these words hit the nail on Sigurd head. Sigurd had to determine just how loyal Fan Xian was to the Qing Emperor and how much care he might have for Dongyi before he could make up his mind. Handing over Ku He's things was also one of his decisions. This great grandmaster did not admit to this. He only coldly said, you have learned this book before. What difference does it make if I give it to you or not? But, there is another book below. Fan Xian's gaze gradually calmed. Picking up the second book, he stared at Sigurd and asked, the 4 great grandmasters have stood side by side for a long time. You disdain to look at Tianyi Dao's martial methods because you are very familiar with Ku He's martial methods. You know that no matter what realm you practice it to, it will be impossible for the Sword Hut to make a qualitative leap. Are you not curious as to what the small book Ku He solemnly handed to you is placed with the heart of Tianyi Dao? The small book was even thinner, only about 20 pages. Fan Xian's palm pressed against the book. He looked at Sigurd with a smile and waited for his reply. Of course, I am interested. I never knew that Ku He, that damn Baldy, had any other abilities other than those lousy zhenqi he used to plant flowers and trees, Sigurd said in a raspy voice. Earlier, you said what was the use of learning miscellaneous things? Of course, learning miscellaneous things is useful. Even if you don't use it, you can look at it. So, you looked at it. Sigurd did not deny it. Coldly, he said, I want to be a postman, so I can look at it. After a moment of silence, Sigurd closed his eyes slightly and said, unfortunately, I don't understand it. As he said this, Fan Xian had already curiously flipped open the small booklet below. He was very interested in what was recorded inside. However, when he flipped open these thin pages, he was disappointed. Something that even Sigurd could not understand, Fan Xian could not understand even more. In terms of martial arts realm, comprehension, and spirituality, Fan Xian was far behind this great grandmaster. He looked disappointedly at the strange words on the page and the strange combination of words. He stared fixedly at them, but he could not understand them. Pu rui ma wei na, pu rui go, kik a mo, de wei shi, the sky above the Sword Hut had completely darkened. Only the surface of the sea in the distance was still suffused with a deep blue light. After it shone onto the land, the deep blue had already faded to gray. A lot of time had already passed. Fan Xian sighed and put down the small book. He had thought that if he didn't understand the method Ku he left behind, he could consult it with Sigurd. After all, for strange creatures like great grandmasters, the death of one was one less. The opportunity to ask Sigurd about Ku He's legacy would never come again, at least not in this world. However, he helplessly found that he didn't even have the chance to ask a question. Each word was very strange and the combination was illogical. The old and young, one sitting and one lying in the room, were both thinking about the last small book Ku he left behind. Sigurd suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of confusion surged through them. Slowly, he said, 3 years ago, on the summit of the mountain, Ku he once made a hand gesture. The summit of the mountain was the summit of the Great Dong Mountain, the Great Grandmaster Battle. Hearing these words, Fan Xian's heart immediately jumped. He listened carefully. Sigurd Jian coughed and sank into silence again. What hand gesture was that? Fan Xian asked with furrowed brows. It should be the magic of the West. It was rare for Sigurd Jian to not be confident. In his opinion, in the hearts of all the martial artists in this land, the Western magic and the sorcerers who practiced it were of little value. Given Ku He's realm and strength, how could he spend time practicing such useless things? After hearing these words, Fan Xian was enlightened. His palms slowly came together in front of his chest. A satisfied smile rose to his face. He couldn't help but shake his head. With a smile, he sighed and said, I know what is written here. What is it? It's a Western script, but it's a direct translation of our script. Fan Xian shrugged. I used this method when I was about 7. I didn't think that such a powerful figure as Master Ku He would use such a childish method. Of course, what made Fan Xian think of this was not just the familiarity of those strange words, which brought him a sense of familiarity from a Western-style translated novel. It was also not just because he had once trained hard to feed your mother 3 pieces of meat. More importantly, it was because he thought of a novel he had read in his previous life. Sir Jean had written it about the 9-yin manual, Guojing, that fool, and Wu Li's smearing of that human skin. Sigurd Jian furrowed his brows and said, Western words? Is it really some kind of magic? What kind of use is that? Who knows? Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. Looking at the 2 little books in his hands, he thought for a moment and then carefully put them into his clothes. Since Master Ku He left them for me, they should still be of some use. Don't put your energy into these useless things, Sigurd Jian said. He still maintained an innate disdain for the barbaric things of the West. This was probably the natural condescension of an advanced civilization toward an undeveloped one. It is inclusive and adaptable, Fan Xian replied. Who knows what benefits I will get after learning it? You can understand these messy words? For the first time, Sigurd Jian furrowed his brows and looked at Fan Xian in surprise. This little book had been in his hands for more than 2 years. Although he had the pride of a great grandmaster and had not peeked at the heart of Tianyi Dao, he had still studied this scribbled book for a long time. He also wanted to know what deep meaning Ku He had in leaving such a thing behind. However, no matter how he studied it, he made no progress. If it was a Western language, Sigurd Jian controlled Dongyi. The officials and commoners in the city often interacted with foreigners, but he had never heard of any foreigners speaking such a language. Fan Xian smiled and said, I'll also have to slowly guess. I learned some before, but I've pretty much forgotten it. The words on the booklet that Ku He left behind were in Italian. The foreigners that the Qing kingdom and Dongyi had dealings with basically all used a kind of altered Spanish or English. Fan Xian hadn't studied it very carefully. In any case, it was generally like that. Fan Xian had learned Italian. In his previous life, he had taken it as an elective in the 2nd year of university. Was this a coincidence or fate? Everything had been said. The matters that Sigurd Jian needed to hand over had already been discussed with Fan Xian. They had already discussed each other in detail. Fan Xian rose from the side of the bed. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly lowered his eyelids slightly and asked seriously, I still don't understand why you chose me. Yi Qingmei could indeed be considered half a Dongyi person, but it was clear that she had put in more effort in the Qing kingdom. Anyone who had seen the yellow-clothed woman frowning at the riverbank would think this. Just because of the so-called household registration, she placed the freedom of Dongyi on Fan Xian's body, on this young noble of the Qing kingdom who had once caused Dongyi to suffer countless losses. Did she not need a reason? Sigurd Jian said, it is said that a person without hobbies cannot be befriended. I once judged that you have no heart for the world, so you cannot succeed. However, a person without hobbies is nothing more than 2 kinds. One is a saint, and the other is a fake. You are a person without hobbies, Sigurd continued. Sigurd continued, after Dong Mountain, to me, you suddenly developed a bit of your true nature. However, it has been hidden very deeply. Thus, I think you should be walking the path of the former. Is there someone in this world who does not act for his own personal benefit or the benefit of a country, but only for his own peace of mind? Sigurd looked at him indifferently. There was one before, and I hope there will be one in the future. If my gamble is wrong, then it's wrong. I don't care. A person who is about to die is always the bravest gambler. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then walked out of the quiet room and to the side of the sword pit. He saw 13th Wang, silently crying sorrowfully and wiping his tears with his sleeve like a child. The 1,000 swords in the pit were icy cold. Chapter 673. It was already late in the night. Fan Xian stood alone by the sword pit, looking at the densely packed swords in the pit that were like rice and also like the tips of trees piercing into the sky in a daze. He was standing exactly where 13th Wang had been standing earlier. When he was having his final conversation with Sigurd in the inner room, he had faintly heard 13th Wang's silent sobbing. The sobbing was silent, but there was still sound. At the time, there was no one else in the depths of the sword hut. Sigurd and Fan Xian's discussion was too important. Even the sword boy had been driven far away, leaving only 13th Wang to stand guard outside the room. Fan Xian understood that Sigurd was using this to express his attitude. He trusted his last disciple, and Fan Xian also trusted 13th Wang. Dongyi's future depended on the cooperation between 13th Wang and Fan Xian. Sigurd wanted 13th Wang to understand more things from this conversation. Fan Xian also hoped that 13th Wang would be able to comprehend something different from the tyrannical martial method he had dictated. This was a silent and tacit mutual reference. However, 13th Wang had sunk into a gloomy mood and could not pull himself out. No one knew how much he had heard or understood. The disciples of the sword hut silently filed into the room. Fan Xian would not go in again. He was not arrogant enough to think that Sigurd would actually treat him as the most important and closest young person in the world just because of his mother's relationship and a few meetings. He would be willing to stay with a Qing official before he died. When a great grandmaster was about to die, he would be willing to stay with the 13 disciples he had raised with his own hands. Sigurd should be in the room making arrangements for his funeral. Many of these funeral matters were related to Fan Xian or matters that Dongyi had to cooperate with Fan Xian. It was not convenient for Fan Xian to eavesdrop. He sighed and walked toward the outside of the sword hut. He didn't know if Sigurd final order could suppress Yun Zhilan's backlash. Fan Xian had no way to confirm this matter. Walking out of the sword hut, the subordinates of the Overwatch Council and Dongyi's officials came forward to greet him. They all had different kinds of heavy expressions. Fan Xian shook his head. Accompanied by everyone, he walked toward the mountain residence. What was he waiting for? Waiting for the fall of a master of a generation, waiting for a great grandmaster to leave this world? Waiting for a meteor to fall from the sky? Fan Xian sat on the chair and rested his chin on his hand as he thought quietly. Around the sword hut, the chirping of insects gradually rose, and the croaking of frogs had already begun. There was a cool breeze and a bright moon. In the distance, the sea breeze was slightly damp and salty, making the shadows of the moon blur. At this moment, he was sitting in the garden near the cliff of the mountain residence. Separated by the stone gate, he looked at the grass hut not far away from his feet. He let the moonlight shine on his body, adding a bit of coldness that did not match the season. The faint light in the depths of the grass hut continued to shine. It was as if it was going to shine forever. Sigurd on his deathbed, should still be giving his final instructions to his disciples. No one knew if there would be any disputes or strange movements in the hut. The 13 disciples of the Sword Hut worshipped Sigurd from the bottom of their hearts. Presumably, no one would dare to betray their teacher. What about Yunjilan? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the faint light in the depths of the grass. Suddenly, he raised his head and glanced at the moon. Looking at the moon drawing a long arc in the sky, only then did he realize that a number of hours had already passed since he had sat and waited in the mountain residence. The night was already so deep that it could no longer be pulled back. When he turned his head, he saw that in the flower garden halfway up the mountain residence, the wind moved the petals. A shadow followed the angle of the moonlight and quietly came to his side. Fan Xian quietly asked, "Your injury has healed? Why didn't you stay in Jiangnan? Why did you insist on coming back?" The shadow stood in the shadow of the stone gate. His eyes gazed indifferently at the grass hut at the foot of the mountain. "No one knows I've returned." Fan Xian had long been worried that the emperor would develop suspicion and murderous intent toward Chen Pingping because of the shadow's relationship with Sigurd. Thus, he had forcefully sent the shadow back to Jiangnan. He had not thought that the shadow would suddenly appear in Dongyi. Without needing to think too much, Fan Xian knew why the shadow had come. He sighed and said, "Do you still hate him?" The shadow was silent for a moment and then said, "Hate." However, when the sword pierced his chest, much of the hatred had already been vented. "There are some things I still don't understand." The shadow looked at the faint light in the grass hut and said, "Even if father was indifferent to him, mother was harsh to him, and everyone in the manor humiliated him, they were, after all, his family. Why did he kill them all? What about me? I was the only person in the manor who saw him as an elder brother. Why did he kill me as well?" Fan Xian gazed at him and said, "You didn't die, did you?" The shadow's body shook slightly. It was clear that his injury had not healed. The injury in his body made his state of mind not as valiant as it was at its peak. "He's going to die. Everyone has to die." Fan Xian sat under the stone gate and gently patted the rough stone surface. "For your elder brother to be able to live for so long is already inexplicably astonishing." The light in the depths of the grass sword hut was very dim. It was as if it could go out at any moment. The thin and weak Sigurd had already sat up from under the blankets. He had washed his face and combed his hair again. A might that no one dared to look directly at rose again on his cold face. The first disciple of the sword hut, Yunjilan, held his teacher's arm and helped him sit properly on the bed. 13th Wang brought the water basin outside and poured the dirty water into the Holy Land's sword pit. He then returned to the room to help his eldest brother support his teacher. Of the 13 disciples of the sword hut, other than the first disciple and youngest disciple by Sigurd side, the other 11 disciples all knelt in front of the bed with sorrowful expressions. Occasionally, traces of wetness appeared at the corners of some of their eyes. Sigurd used a clear and cold gaze to stare at the third and fourth disciples. He did not specifically instruct them on that matter. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Do you remember what I said earlier?" The disciples of the sword hut kowtowed and replied, "We will follow teacher's orders." Just like that, the affairs of Dongyi were settled. Although the disciples of the sword hut had long guessed their teacher's intentions from the movements of these few months, they had not thought that their teacher would place such a large bet on Fan Xian and give him such complete support. Although there was confusion, sorrow, and fear in the hearts of the disciples, no one dared to raise any objections in front of their teacher. Even Yunjilan maintained his silence. Sigurd spoke more and more slowly. The emotions on his face grew fainter and fainter. He looked more and more like the great grandmaster who had not been injured and did not show his emotions on the outside. Yunjilan supported his teacher at the side. His heart was empty. He knew this was the final radiance of a setting sun. A sense of sorrow that was difficult to suppress began to spread through the room. Perhaps 13th Wang had already cried enough earlier, but he was unusually calm now. "What time is it?" Sigurd took 2 deep breaths and asked quietly in a raspy voice. "It's almost daybreak," Yunjilan replied respectfully and warmly to the side. The passing of Dongyi's last words took up an entire night. No one knew what other plans Sigurd had laid down after he sent Dongyi away with both hands. No matter what you do, once you make up your mind to do it, you have to do it to the extreme. Just like in the future of the Sword Hut, since I have chosen him, you have to help him to the extreme. Since it is a large gamble, you have to put all of your capital into it. Any self-reflection or hesitation is a pain that Dongyi will find difficult to endure. Do you understand? Sigurd sat on the bed. His gaze slowly swept across the disciples on the ground and finally landed on Yunjilan's face. Yunjilan was silent for a long time and then nodded. Sigurd gave a rare smile. He understood his eldest disciple too well. As long as he had promised something, he would carry it out. "Help me up the mountain to have a look. The sky is about to brighten. I want to have a look." An inauspicious croaking suddenly rang out from Sigurd chest. It sounded like the sound of a netherworld spring calling for water under the yellow earth. The great grandmaster's face also began to show a strange whiteness. Yunjilan's heart ached. He held tightly to his teacher's withered arm. On the other side, 13th Wang also held Sigurd other arm. The 2 disciples met each other's eyes and carefully helped Sigurd down from the bed. The second disciple of the Sword Hut kneeling at the very front of the bed moved forward on his knees. Using the fastest speed, he held Sigurd feet and helped him put on his tattered straw sandals. However, Sigurd had been bedridden for more than a month. The poison and injuries had all broken out. His feet had long swollen. Putting on the straw sandals, it was possible to see the swollen areas where the straps of the straw sandals had tightened the swollen areas into lumps. Sigurd didn't seem to feel anything. He only let out a comfortable sigh. The second disciple knew that his teacher's feet were already numb. He gently stroked his feet and his tears fell onto the stone floor in front of the bed. The moon was like a hook, gradually disappearing into the slightly gray horizon. Most of the sky above Dongyi was still pitch black and deep blue. Only the eastern side showed the white of a fish belly. Fan Xian, who had sat by the stone door for an entire night, felt tired. He rubbed his temples and told himself not to fall asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and abruptly rose. He watched as the light in the depths of the grass hut suddenly went out. He knew that Dongyi's funeral arrangements had been made. Immediately after, he saw a scene that would be deeply engraved in his heart for many years to come. In the distance, the thin and short Sigurd walked out of the grass hut with the support of Yunjilan and 13th Wang and the protection of all the disciples of the Sword Hut. Following the path of the grass hut, he walked with great difficulty, silence, and even solemnity toward the mountain behind the Sword Hut. The shadow stood behind Fan Xian and also saw this scene. He was silent and didn't speak. Faintly, he seemed to be able to see Sigurd at the end of his life, glance back as he was being supported up the mountain by his disciples. That glance landed on the stone door of the mountain residence. It was unknown whether he was looking at Fan Xian, who held Dongyi's future in his hands, or his younger brother, the Shadow, who represented Dongyi's childhood memories. Fan Xian and the Shadow stood silently at the mountain door and watched as the group advanced toward the top of the mountain. The 2 of them stood ramrod straight, perhaps to express their respect for this great grandmaster. They had to stand to send him off. Their eyes were level and there was no other emotion mixed in. The great grandmaster's body was thin and short. With Yunjilan and 13th Wang's support, he was almost invisible. The hemp clothing on his body floated in the morning wind. His feet, wearing straw sandals, did not touch the ground at all. The mountain behind the grass hut was not tall. It was an entire mountain from where Fan Xian and the Shadow were. It was not far. In a moment, the people of the Sword Hut had climbed to the top of the mountain. The rising sun on the eastern sea leaped out of the serene coastline and climbed up. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the first ray of light in the world passed through the surface of the sea, the private residences in Dongyi, the aura of the mortal world, and the gaps in the trees. It shone on the small mountain behind the grass hut, on the bodies of the disciples of the Dongyi sword hut, and on the face of the thin great grandmaster at the very front. A faint golden light immediately rose to the great grandmaster's face. Although he was at the end of his life and his body was weak and small, he suddenly towered above all life. This was not the aura of sword intent. It was the feeling of this person's existence. Fan Xian glanced toward the top of the mountain. Among the crowd, he was the only one he could see. Sigurd stood calmly by the edge of the cliff and allowed the warm and familiar sunlight to hit him from the other side of the sea. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sniffed the air of Dongyi and the aura of this place. He was silent and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew if, in the moment of his death, the history of the past and everything in the past had become a number of images in the great grandmaster's mind. Following the golden light of the rising sun, they changed endlessly in front of his eyes. The ants under the tree, the friend covered in black cloth, his brother, the rain, the dead man, the burning of the manor, the sword pit, the tattered cloth and trash in the pit, his disciple, and more disciples. Another sword, a large sword, a heavenly sword. One sword swept across the world. One sword protected the mighty city. The city was not broken. The sword was not broken. Sigurd blinked his listless eyes and cleanly dispelled the illusion of the rising sun. He tried his best to stand higher and see further. He wanted to see what was real. However, his legs had no strength. His gaze was also blurry. Yunjilan and 13th Wang sensed their teacher's thoughts and quickly helped him up. Sigurd suddenly felt his gaze become clear. He saw the Dongyi he had protected for decades. He saw the smoke rising from the chimneys in the city. He saw the busy merchants setting up the morning market. He saw the wealth flowing through the city's marketplace. He saw the people's happy smiles. In the moment of his death, he suddenly felt that he didn't want to see these things. He turned his head slightly and saw the grass hut he had lived in for many years. Many years ago, it was actually just a broken grass hut. He had lived there for a long time, killed many people, and taught many people. He was very proud. Finally, Sigurd saw the large tree outside Dongyi. Under the rising sun, this large tree, which had experienced countless storms on the East Sea, still grew healthily and wildly. It protected the people, travelers, merchants, and commoners who passed by under the tree. Chapter 674. The morning sun rose from the east and shone on the hill behind the hut. The slightly warm morning light did not have any trace of twilight as it enveloped the summit of the mountain. The dozen or so teachers and disciples of the sword hut stood in the warm light facing the sun. It looked like an oil painting. At the foot of the hill, the third-generation disciples of the sword hut, sword boys, servants who had served Sigurd for countless years, and officials looked at this scene. They knew that the Grandmaster of Dongyi had reached his last moment. Countless people found it difficult to hide their sorrow. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed endlessly toward the direction of the hill. In the mountain residence at the waist of the mountain, Fan Xian and the shadow watched. Although their expressions did not change, their hearts were moved. Fan Xian suddenly felt that his emotions were strange. After all these years, his relationship with Dongyi had always been complicated, particularly towards Sigurd the great grandmaster. He actually did not have any deep understanding of him. He only knew that he was an extraordinary warrior and a powerful person who could use a sword in his hand to change the situation of the world. For many years, Sigurd had been his greatest enemy. Yet, with the passing of time, the relationship between people had undergone such a great change. Even last night, Fan Xian did not have any extra feelings toward Sigu Jian. His negotiations with Sigu Jian were only a cooperation between the two sides based on a certain goal of mutual benefit. Fan Xian truly could not feel too much emotion toward a great grandmaster who had caused the deaths of many of his subordinates and Qing people. The sunlight had come. The sunlight came. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. Looking at the thin and weak figure at the top of the mountain, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He had actually seen this great grandmaster as a revolutionary who protected the world and loved the people. The shadow stood a step outside the mountain gate and looked calmly and dazedly at Sigu Jian on the summit of the mountain. He watched his brother, whose life was tangled with and injured, take his last few breaths in the world. After Fan Xian retreated back into the shadows of the mountain gate, he fell silent. For some reason, the blood in his heart surged slightly. The two different types of Jinqi in his body slowly began to circulate, particularly the powerful tyrannical Jinqi at the back of his waist. It was released along his two arms and circled around the edges of his palms, forming a very round Jinqi circuit. It was only half an inch away from his palms, but it was a very sensitive release of Jinqi. He sensed something, and looked to the east, all the way to the boundless sea over there, to the waves that were breathing under the red morning sun. On the summit, Sigu Jian's gaze also landed on the waves. A gust of wind came from afar, carrying with it some wet raindrops. Above the rising sun in the sky, there was a thick layer of dark clouds. The wind and rain came, as if to send him off, as if to baptize him. Other than Fan Xian and the dying Sigu Jian, no one sensed the aura purposely released by that person. Fan Xian quietly left the mountain residence and left behind the people kneeling on the ground in worship around the sword hut. He swept diagonally into Dongyi, raising his speed to the fastest level. In a short time, he had stepped over private residences and businesses, passed by the ships in the harbor, and arrived outside of Dongyi, on a secluded beach near the shore of the East Sea. The raindrops by the shore were already falling densely, hitting the beach and creating tens of thousands of holes. A gray shadow swept past and then stopped valiantly on a rock by the beach. It was Fan Xian. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the small holes the raindrops had made on the beach. Suddenly, he thought of the marks left on the beach when he saw half a small boat sink under the cliff in Danzhou many years ago. The wind and rain did not grow stronger. They only blew gently and coldly as they fell. The morning sun rose higher. After rising into the rain clouds, the light in all of Dongyi grew dim, particularly on the ocean. The waves crashed against the rocks and stirred up endless mist. Mixing with the wind and drizzle falling from the sky, it added a sense of haziness. Behind the mist, the figure of a giant ship slowly appeared. The body of the ship was enormous. It was an ocean-going merchant ship that could withstand tens of thousands of li of ocean waves. The ship was unable to get close to the shoreline covered in rocks. It only appeared in the distant ocean. Although it was far away, the inexplicable sense of pressure still made Fan Xian feel a glimmer of nervousness. The sea suddenly calmed down at this moment. Although the wind and rain continued, the raindrops fell silently into the sea, fell silently into the sand, and moistened the world silently. The waves no longer violently crashed against the shore, but slowly rose and fell, as if this continent was breathing. A small boat came faintly through the white mist. Fan Xian took a deep breath. He then stepped onto the slightly wet and soft sand and walked toward the seaside to welcome the arrival of the small boat. A person stood at the bow of the small boat with his hands behind his back. His slightly white hair was tied behind his head with a strip of cloth. His face was strange, and his eyes were clear and unfathomable. He wore a straw hat on his head. Although the hat was small, it stopped the gentle and dense wind and rain from approaching the small boat. There was a person sitting at the bow of the boat. He also wore a straw hat, but the brim of the hat did not hide his different-colored hair or the strange and terrifying smile at the corners of his lips. Yi Luyun had come. When Sigurd was about to die, he had finally come to see him off. Fan Xian felt slightly shocked. He then looked at the person sitting at the end of the boat and smiled warmly. Sir Fei Jie had also come. At a time when he was about to be exhausted, being able to see someone close to him actually diluted the shock Yi Liuyun's sudden appearance brought. The small boat neared the seaside. Yi Liyun stood quietly at the bow of the boat. His gaze passed through the green trees and hills by the seaside and cast into the distance. Sigurd was probably on the hill in that direction, looking wretchedly and coldly at the seaside. Fan Xian stood in the wind and rain and wiped away the rain on his face. Looking at the silent Yi Liyun, his thin lips opened slightly. In the end, he didn't say anything. The sound of water gradually rose. Fei Jie jumped down from the back of the boat and walked toward the shore in the shallow water. Fan Xian quickly went forward and helped his teacher onto the shore. The teacher and disciple met each other's eyes. Their gazes were both warm and gratified. Fan Xian didn't talk about the problems in Jingdo, Ten Family Village, or Chunpingping. He knew that traveling abroad was Fei Jie's lifelong wish. This great grandmaster of poisons liked freedom. If it weren't for Fan Xian, he would probably have long left the Qin kingdom. Since Chunpingping had tricked him away, Fan Xian would continue tricking him. These 2 years, we've wandered around the islands in the Southern Ocean. Fei Jie looked at his proudest disciple and said with a smile. I've already decided to set sail this year and travel to the west. The Western Ocean is very far. Fan Xian glanced at Yi Liyun standing woodenly at the bow of the boat. Ignoring the great grandmaster, he held his teacher's hand and walked a little further. Worriedly, he said, "Given your temper, I'm afraid you'll have to go deep into the Western Ocean. How many years will it take to go back and forth?" Fei Jie looked at him with a smile and said, "Given my and Master Ye's age, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back once we go." Fan Xian's throat seemed to be blocked by something. He had thought he would never see his teacher again. Unexpectedly, when he saw him today, it would be an eternal farewell. After a moment of sadness, he forced a smile and pointed at the sea. "With a ship like this, we can go anywhere in the world." Fei Jie turned his head and looked at the indistinct figure of the ship behind the mist. With a laugh, he said, "I bought a lot of foreign servants and some foreign girls. They are very different from us women. If you look, you'll definitely like them." "I've spent some time with Ma Suasua," Fan Xian replied with a smile. "Why are you here today?" Fei Jie had wanted to ask this question earlier. He turned his head to look at Yi Liyun, who was standing at the bow of the boat and had not come ashore. After a moment of silence, he said, he seemed to have sensed something and knew that Sigurd was about to die, so he wanted to send him on his way. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and glanced at Yi Liyun, who was standing like a statue in the rain. Using a complicated emotion, he smiled gently and said, "Wasn't Sigurd killed by him and the emperor?" Fei Jie shook his head and didn't say anything. Fan Xian also stopped this topic. Looking at Yi Liyun's figure, he also shook his head along with his teacher. Yi Liyun stood silently at the front of the little boat and looked silently in the direction of Dongyi. The straw hat on his head seemed to have lost its effect. It allowed the wind and rain to strike his body and then slide into the boat, leaving him wet. After a long time, this great grandmaster suddenly lowered his head in thought for a moment. He then waved his hand at Fan Xian. Fan Xian was slightly startled, but his expression did not change at all. Calmly, he walked over and stood in the knee-deep water. Looking at the little boat not 5 steps away, he respectfully greeted him. "I'm leaving." Yi Liyun looked at Fan Xian warmly. "I might never come back again. Do you have anything you want to ask me?" Of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, Fan Xian had never seen Ku He. He only knew of the Northern Qi imperial advisor's power from Haitang, Northern Qi's arrangements after the incident, and Xiaofan's memories. As for Sigurd, he had personally experienced his shocking sword intent and clearly knew his battle lines. As for the emperor, Fan Xian knew in his bones that he was incomparably powerful. Only Yi Luyun, whom Fan Xian had seen in his youth, had also seen in Jiangnan. That stunning strike of a sword that could topple a building made him, for the first time, have a complete understanding of the great Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, there was a fundamental difference between Yi Luyun and the other three great Grandmasters. He was like a leisurely cloud. For his entire life, he floated on the land, temporarily stayed, and then left again. He was like a speck of light without strings holding it, incomparably free and at ease. Because of this, Fan Xian had always admired and respected Yi Luyun the most. First, it was the Juanshan Conference and then Dong Mountain. Fan Xian finally understood that in this world, there would never be a person who was above the common people. If there was, it could only be Uncle Wu Zhu and not the great Grandmaster on the boat. Fan Xian knew why Yi Luyun had spoken at this time. After a moment of silence, he didn't ask for any questions about martial arts. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, "Why have you come?" In the rain, Yi Luyun raised his head slightly. The entire strange face appeared from under the straw hat. It was as if he had not thought that Fan Xian would use such a precious opportunity to ask such an unexpected question. After a moment of silence, Yi Luyun said, "I have come to send you off." "Why are you leaving?" Fan Xian asked again. "Because I like it," Yi Luyun replied with a slight smile. "Then, why did you attack in the beginning?" Fan Xian asked in the end. "Because I am a Qing person," Yi Luyun replied seriously. Fan Xian thought about this question for a long time. A Qing person. He was also a Qing person. In this world, belonging could truly determine the motivation of all actions. Even a great Grandmaster was no exception. Fan Xian took a deep breath and smiled. "I don't have any other questions. I'm just curious. Will you come back in the future? Who knows what will happen in the future?" Fan Xian shook his head and didn't say anything more. Given Yi Luyun and Sir Fei Jie's realm, although it was the distant and mysterious western continent, there was probably nothing that could hold them back or harm them. Fan Xian didn't have any questions to ask, but Yi Luyun seemed to have something to say. He looked at Fan Xian and smiled warmly. After the Wei Kingdom, the world was in chaos. Wars broke out everywhere. The common people lost their homes and suffered unspeakably. I helped your father sweep away the last obstacle. The things in the future will be for you young people to do. Yi Luyun, as a great Grandmaster, had endured silently for 20 years and secretly cooperated with the Emperor's plan to sweep away all the hidden dangers within the Qing kingdom in one fell swoop. He removed the two biggest obstacles to unifying the world, Kuhi and Sigurd. There was no point in Yi Luyun staying on this land any longer. Thus, before he left, he came to take one more look and say these words to Fan Xian. In this great Grandmaster's eyes, Fan Xian was, without question, the most outstanding warrior of the younger generation. It was not just his martial cultivation, but also his ability to scheme and his daily attention to the common people. That was why Yi Luyun had sent these words to him. However, Yi Luyun did not know Fan Xian's heart. For a great Grandmaster to see through a person's heart was an impossible task. After saying this, Yi Luyun said no more to Fan Xian. He continued to stand at the bow of the boat, looking at the mountaintop and the person on the distant mountaintop who was about to die. Perhaps it was a friend. Fan Xian lowered his head in silence for a moment. He then walked back to shore and spoke in a low voice with Mr. Fei Jie. They were about to say goodbye. He and his teacher had many things he wanted to say. Even if it was just some trivial childhood memories, there were not many opportunities to reminisce. Fan Xian took out the booklet Ku he left him and handed it to Mr. Fei Jie. The thing Ku he left behind should have something to do with magic. Find someone in the West and ask. Just read it out. Those people should be able to understand. It's probably something to do with Italy, Rome, or something. Seeing how serious he was and how he said it was something cool he left behind, Mr. Fei Jia furrowed his brows. He accepted it and put it in his clothes. In a raspy voice, he said, "Don't worry. No one can steal this from my hands." Fan Xian's eyes were sharp. He had long seen that Mr. Fei Jia had done something to the booklet. He smiled and said, "If those thieves are not afraid of death. Since it's something cool he left for you, presumably it has some use. Why didn't you keep it for yourself?" "I memorized it last night." Fan Xian pointed at his head and smiled as he reminded his teacher of the strange memory he had had since he was young. Fei Jia smiled and thought of the days and nights when he was teaching this strange creature in Danzhou many years ago. The wind and rain by the East Sea gradually lessened. Fan Xian and Fei Jia sensed something at the same time and stopped chatting. Turning their heads to look at the little boat gently rising and falling with the waves, they looked at Yi Luyun at the bow of the boat. The smile on Yi Luyun's face grew warmer and warmer, more and more free. It was as if he had seen through something and had a free and easy feeling. A wave came crashing over. The little boat shook slightly. Yi Luyun used the momentum to lower his body and bow deeply toward a grass hut on a small mountain in the direction of Dongyi. Fan Xian's heart sank. He knew that person had gone. Fei Jia watched this scene silently and said, "I'm leaving." The long-legged mosquito in the grass hut finally could not stand the torment of time. Seeing that the weather was about to get hot, the happiest time of life, it could no longer stand in the corner of the wall. It stared hopelessly at the thick blankets and the empty space in the blankets. Dispiritedly, it fell from the wall and landed on the ground. Blown by the wind that leaked in through the crack in the door, it went somewhere. On the small mountain behind the grass hut, the thin and weak figure was already lying in the arms of his disciples. There was no longer any sign of life. The little boat by the seaside slowly left and headed toward the large ship in the mist. Fan Xian stood on the beach and bowed deeply as a farewell. Until the end, Yi Luyun still did not abandon the boat and go ashore. Perhaps this great grandmaster had set a limit in his heart. He did not want to set foot on this land filled with killing and helplessness for the rest of his life, because he did not know if he would be willing to leave once he set foot on this land. This was the freedom and determination of being able to abandon. Fan Xian watched the little boat gradually disappear into the wind and rain. He thought to himself, this is what it means to leave the little boat and leave the rest of one's life in the Jianghai. Some people can leave, but even more people can't. When can I go to the free Jianghai? Covered in wind and rain, I came from the sea and lived in seclusion in this desert. The desert and the sea actually have the same meaning. Coming from the sea means going to the sea. Writing this here is a break point. The meaning it wants to express has been expressed clearly. It does not only mean that Sigu Jian lived by the seaside, died by the seaside, came from the sea, and pointed his sword at the world. It also does not mean that Yi Luyun came from the sea to send him off and then went to the sea with Fei Jia. The main purpose is to create that kind of atmosphere and highlight Fan Xian's helplessness. Many people say that Fan Xian hasn't been happy in a long time. Using the words written by Jiang Yizhao 4 years ago, it is already like this. How can one still laugh? Chapter 675. After Yi Luyun and teacher Fei left, Fan Xian sat alone by the seaside for a long time. The shadow of the ship had long disappeared. His gaze was still focused on the boundless ocean. The wind and rain on his body had not weakened at all. His entire body was dripping wet. His sitting position was very strange. Hugging his knees, he looked like a cute little boy. In reality, everyone knew that Fan Xian could not be a simple little boy. The 2 waves of Jinqi in his body slowly circulated and flowed. The Jinqi that Yi Luyun had purposely released earlier was quickly circulating through his body in a relatively stable and harmonious manner. For him, this moment seemed to be an opportunity. A sudden spiritual light appeared because of the change in his heart and the change in the surrounding emotions. It gently shone in his heart. Fan Xian closed his eyes. His palms were naturally extended into the rain, allowing the rain to hit his palms. After a long time, Fan Xian's palms were still as dry as usual and as smooth as usual. It was as if the rain would never be able to truly land on his palms and wet any inch of his skin. Fan Xian's palms were covered in a faint layer of Jinqi. This Jinqi was released from every pore and then flowed back through every pore, forming a thin but interesting circuit. It was the strange and completely useless method he had practiced since he was young. Of course, this method had made him an ace climber in this world. He had once climbed the royal palace, Shi Mountain, and many dangerous places that humans would never have imagined. However, compared to the 6 years of time and energy he had put into this when he was young, this kind of result was truly not worth it. Back then, Wu Zhu had not corrected him. Everyone knew that Wu Zhu did not know internal strength. However, the feeling today was different. There seemed to be a slight and obscure difference from the past. Fan Xian slowly opened his eyes and wiped away the rain on his face. He looked at his palms in a daze and was still lost in thought and speechless for a long time. Being able to separate true qi from the body and turn it into a sharp weapon that could injure people was a very powerful realm in itself, but it was not an unattainable realm. As long as one cultivated to a certain extent, coupled with a sufficiently brilliant qi circulation method, experts could barely achieve this. In particular, Fan Xian had personally seen Yi Luyun's San's Ho. The great grandmaster's fingers were like withered plum blossoms. Jinqi gushed out from his fingertips and pierced through the air in an instant. On the sandy beach under Danzhou's cliffs, tens of thousands of plum blossoms appeared. This kind of crisscrossing finger qi was already the highest realm for a human to break through the limits of the physical body and release energy outside of the body. However, Fan Xian felt something different today. It was completely different. He sank deep into thought in the wind and rain. The rain slid down his hair and onto his face. Some of it was blown away by the wind by the seaside. When the Jinqi skillfully left his body for a moment and then returned, there seemed to be something extra. Given the realm of Fan Xian's state of mind, it was impossible for him to sense what was extra, but he sensed it. Amidst his surprise, he was immediately confused. Everything in the world was equal. How much Jinqi was released from the body was how much Jinqi could be taken back. To be able to take it back was already Fan Xian's unique skill, but how could there be more? Did that mean he didn't need to meditate? He only needed to endlessly carry out this kind of circulation of Jinqi to increase the amount of Jinqi in his body? Where did the extra Jinqi come from? Fan Xian's pupils constricted slightly. Even the tips of his fingers began to tremble. He faintly knew that perhaps he had touched upon a door that no one had ever thought about, or reached before. What was behind that door? Why would such a change suddenly appear? When Fan Xian sensed the opportunity, he followed this opportunity to sit quietly in the wind and rain by the seaside. What was this opportunity? Was it Yi Luyun who came from the sea? Was it the death of Sigu Jian who looked into the sea? Was it the confusion at parting from family? Fan Xian was confused. He then began to calmly comb through the events of this day and night. He had to find out what this opportunity was in order to know exactly what color that door was and who had opened it in front of him. This task was not difficult. He had hurried from 10 family village to Dongyi and stayed a night in the sword hut. The only thing that could have caused a change was the 2 little booklets, particularly the one written in strange transliteration. Fan Xian had already given this booklet to Fei Jie to bring back to the mysterious western continent. He had completely memorized the contents of the booklet in his mind. Although he still didn't understand the meaning of many of the words, he understood the meaning of a few sentences. Those words were not like incantations. They were more like a poem he had seen in his previous life, something in the style of Dante's Divine Comedy. Did Italian originate from Latin? Fan Xian furrowed his brows and sat in the wind and rain with vexation. He couldn't remember the knowledge he had long forgotten. He only remembered that Italian had many dialects and that the true language was inseparable from Dante's Divine Comedy. Was it those sentences that were imprinted in his heart and made him unconsciously move his thoughts as he circulated his xinqi, thus creating the strange situation in front of him? Magic? Fan Xian slowly stood up and furrowed his brows. He looked at the empty boat and the serene blue water with only the sea wind and rain. It was as if he wanted to see the continent on the other side of the sea. I love you, this bright and beautiful spring wind. I use my entire heart and soul to feel each jumping spring song in the air. To be close to you, to be together with you. This was a poem, not a magic incantation. Fan Xian stood in a daze in the rain. He still persisted in his own judgment. It was clear that these poetry-like words had allowed him to learn something and sense something. Was there really the yuanqi of heaven and earth in the air outside his body that should have been empty? Earlier, in the process of circulating his qi, he had added a sliver of a thought similar to the poem when he flowed back and thus absorbed something back. His footsteps were hurried as he took a few steps on the beach. His body spun a few times in the wind and rain on the shore of the East Sea. He looked at the air around him and the rain around him. Narrowing his eyes, they glowed. It was as if he wanted to find something he couldn't grasp in this transparent or natural everything. However, there was nothing. In an instant, too many guesses, doubts, and judgments surged into Fan Xian's mind. It made him feel difficult to bear the burden. With a muffled grunt, he rubbed the space between his brows. The book was a relic left behind by Master Ku He. Using an occasional word from Sigurd, one could tell that the former imperial advisor of Northern Qi was very interested in the useless magic of the Western world. He had even shown some of his skills on Dong Mountain. However, it was all in Italian. No matter how talented the imperial advisor was, he shouldn't know it. So, how did he learn it? What exactly did he learn? Furthermore, the collection of poems that might have something to do with magic was also strange. It looked like it was from a long time ago, perhaps even from before Ku He was born. It was probably an elder on this land who had accidentally come into contact with the essence of magic in the Western continent and forcefully memorized these words. Fan Xian suddenly felt some regret. He shouldn't have given this little book to his teacher in such a hurry to take to the distant Western continent. He should have studied it a bit more. Using the power of the Overwatch Council, perhaps he could dig out the identity of the elder who had long become a white skeleton and then dig further into history from that line. Rain dripped down from his face. Fan Xian suddenly smiled in relief and shook his head self-mockingly. He thought to himself that under the powerful pressure, he had indeed gone mad. The victory on Dong Mountain had already proven that no matter how much Master Ku he practiced or how much control he had over this strange technique, in the end, there was no fundamental change. He had still lost to the Emperor. Spells, perhaps they were not as useless as people thought, but they could not possibly be a sharp weapon that could change everything. Fan Xian turned his head dispiritedly and left the seaside, heading toward Dongyi in the rain. Sigurd had already passed away. Presumably, the entire Dongyi had sunk into sorrow and despair. He had to go back and meet with the disciples of the Sword Hut to control the situation. He didn't know that he had missed a precious opportunity, a chance to open that door. Regardless of whether it was on this land or that land, such an opportunity would only occasionally appear. Once it passed away, who knew how long it would take to seize such an opportunity again? Fortunately, such an opportunity and luck were indiscernible things. They were always related to human perseverance and curiosity. Given Fan Xian's diligence and desire to explore, presumably, it would not take long for him to touch this door again. White smoke rose from the depths of the grass hut. This white smoke was not kitchen smoke or the pungent smoke of burning leaves in late autumn. The white smoke indicated a reality. The people of Dongyi who could see the white smoke and hear about it all looked in that direction with fear and unease. Some people had already knelt down and kowtowed endlessly in that direction. Most of them already knew the news of the Sword Saint's passing. Fan Xian walked to the door of the sword hut. All of the disciples on the outskirts of the sword hut glared at him angrily. The fire of hatred burning in their eyes was enough to melt him. Even with Fan Xian's strong willpower, he still couldn't help but feel fear under these circumstances. He knew where the hatred of the disciples of the sword hut came from. Sigurd had died under the sinister pincer attack of the Qing Emperor and the Qing Great Grandmaster Yi Luyun. He, a powerful official of the Qing kingdom, had, without question, become a substitute for hatred. Fan Xian didn't have time to think about how to soothe the emotions of the disciples of the sword hut. He only looked at the white smoke in the depths of the grass hut. A glimmer of worry flashed through his eyes. Pushing open the door, he went straight to the flat ground beside the sword pit. Looking at the blazing firewood, he walked forward with unusual straightforwardness and threw something into the fire. The color of the flame immediately changed. The great grandmaster's remains in the fire had long disappeared. Following Fan Xian's action, sword intent crisscrossed the depths of the sword hut. 11 swords surrounded his body. The sword intent spat out like a snake. In the next moment, it could stab Fan Xian to death on the spot. Of the 13 disciples of the sword hut, other than Yunjilan and 13th Wang, who were kneeling at the very front, everyone else was angered by Fan Xian's action. Fan Xian felt the bone-chilling sword intent invading his body. He didn't make any large movements. He knew that faced with a pincer attack from 11 ninth-level masters, even if the emperor came personally, he would have to consider whether or not to temporarily avoid the attack. As for himself, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. He looked at Yunjilan kneeling in front of him and said, "There's poison in the smoke. I don't want this white smoke to kill half the people in Dongyi." When he saw the white smoke, Fan Xian's heart jumped in fright. He had not thought that while he was sitting by the seaside, the disciples of the sword hut would so straightforwardly cremate Sigurd remains. After all, in his memory, this land did not have the habit of cremation. There was poison in Sigurd remains. There was a powerful poison. Unless it was Fei Jia, it was impossible for it to harden the flesh and resist the injury of the emperor's way of the emperor's punch for a full 3 years. Once this poison was burned by the flame, it would rise with the white smoke. It was not as terrifying as Fan Xian had said. However, he had to be careful. For the sake of the injury on Sigurd body, Fan Xian had secretly prepared some methods. Those medicines were appropriate for the situation. Hearing Fan Xian's explanation, Yunjilan, who was kneeling at the very front, did not rise or turn his head. He only raised his right arm. The sword returned to its sheath, and the sword light returned to normal. In an instant, the surroundings of the sword grave returned to a calm and sorrowful atmosphere. A few sword boys cried as they added firewood to the fire. The 13 second-generation disciples of the sword hut knelt in front of the fire. Fan Xian looked at this scene and was moved. He knew that after Sigurd death, Yunjilan, without question, had the highest prestige in the entire sword hut. 13 swords. How terrifying was this power? If the hands holding these swords were his own, how good would that be? Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Looking at the fire, he thought to himself. As dusk fell, Yunjilan entered the room and carried a small urn wrapped in cloth. With an indifferent expression, he handed it to Fan Xian and said, "Although I don't understand teacher's meaning, since he wants me to give it to you, I will give it to you." Fan Xian accepted it with both hands and found that the urn was still slightly warm. Thinking that it was Sigurd ashes that had not yet cooled, he felt very strange. Yunjilan slowly knelt down in front of him and said, "The 12 swords of the sword hut are given to you according to teacher's orders." Fan Xian's pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 676. Fan Xian looked calmly at Yunjilan in front of him. Unexpectedly, he thought of the situation many years ago when he first saw this great swordsman in Jingdo's night palace. At that time, he was just a young man who had just stepped onto the political stage of the 3 countries. The first disciple of the sword hut, Yunjilan, was already famous throughout the world. He was the true leader of the Dongyi diplomatic group. 6 years had passed. Fan Xian had already become one of the most powerful people in the world. Yunjilan even had to kneel in front of him and express his loyalty to him. Things had changed with time. It made one sigh with emotion. Fan Xian didn't know what Sigurjian had set up before his death or how he had convinced Yunjilan, who was a die-hard member of the faction, but he could sense that Yunjilan's attitude was not overly pretentious. He understood these warriors who endlessly pursued martial arts. Once they decided on something, it was difficult to go back on it. He had heard Yunjilan's words clearly. He had heard the words, 12 swords. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Calmly, he looked at him and said, 12 swords. Ruoyun, this heart of the sword is not here. How can I control these 12 swords? Without waiting for Yunjilan to reply, he had already stood up and solemnly helped the first disciple of the sword hut up. Sincerely, he said, I know you will not believe me because of the sword saint's last words. I also don't need you to believe me. However, if this is a deal, I need the sword hut's power, and the sword hut needs my protection. If you are not here, how can I hold these 12 swords tightly? There was no smile on Yunjilan's face. Indifferently, he said, my teacher has prepared a way to reassure Sir Fan Jr. After saying this, Yunjilan turned and left, not giving Fan Xian any chance to exchange feelings or draw his heart of the sword to his side. Fan Xian stood in the room as if he had lost something. He thought about what Sigurjian had arranged for Yunjilan. In a moment, he guessed one thing. Although Sigurjian wanted to place a large bet on him, he still needed someone to keep him in check, watch, and supervise him. Yunjilan was the person who drifted away from the alliance of interests. Given his prestige in the hearts of the disciples of the sword hut, if Fan Xian's future actions harmed the interests of Dongyi too much, with one order, of the 12 swords Fan Xian had in name, there would probably be only one pitiful and lonely sword left in an instant. The second disciple of the sword hut entered the room after Yunjilan. Fan Xian looked calmly at the middle-aged man and found that his appearance was very ordinary. There was not a trace of anything outstanding between his brows. Even the sword intent on his body was deeply hidden. Wearing a slightly thick cotton robe, he did not look like a powerful swordsman. Rather, he looked more like a housekeeper. After the eldest disciple brother arrived, it was the second disciple brother. Fan Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. Sigurjian's arrival had directly pushed him into the fire pit. The disciples of the sword hut seemed to have accepted his will and took turns reporting to him. Out of the corner of his eye, Fan Xian glanced at the brown urn beside him. A sense of loss appeared in his eyes. A sword saint had become a jar of ash beside his hand. His hand gently stroked the urn. It was as if he could still feel the warmth of Sigurjian's ashes. Following the movement of his fingers, the gaze of the housekeeper-like second brother also changed. He immediately calmed down. He waved his hand and a few third-generation disciples of the sword hut carried in a few boxes. Fan Xian raised his head and asked with a slight smile, "Is this the sword saint's legacy?" The second disciple brother smiled and didn't say anything. It was not until all of the boxes had been placed in Fan Xian's room that he quietly said, "Of course, the property of the sword hut would not be this small. These are just some temporary businesses that can be used. Teacher said you needed silver right now, so I brought it over for you." There are also some accounts that I thought you would be interested in, so I brought them over on my own. Fan Xian was slightly surprised and quietly looked at this housekeeper-like sword hut ace. He would not underestimate this second disciple brother. On the contrary, of the 13 disciples of the sword hut, he had always thought that this second disciple brother was worth paying attention to. Putting aside the fact that this second disciple brother had been able to remain neutral during the internal conflict between Yunjilan and 13th Wang and not be implicated, and that Sigejian had him stand guard outside the sword hut, it was clear that this person was deeply trusted by Sigejian. Silver, accounts? Fan Xian looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked, "Thank you for your trouble. I still don't know what these accounts have to do with." The second disciple of the sword hut said evenly, "It has to do with Taiping Money House." Hearing these words, Fan Xian could no longer sit calmly on the low couch. Abruptly rising, he stared at the second disciple and didn't speak for a moment. In the end, he couldn't resist laughing self-mockingly. In an admiring tone, he said, unexpectedly, "I don't think anyone would have thought that the owner of the largest money house in the world would be a warrior hidden in the sword hut. Taiping Money House, the largest money house in the world." Back then, the Ming family of the Qin kingdom had such an enormous property. To a certain extent, it had to rely on the support of Taiping Money House's cash flow. Ever since this money house appeared in the world, it had been the largest and most reputable money house in the world, bar none. Furthermore, in decades, no other money house had been able to threaten its position. Even a few years ago, when Fan Xian and the Northern Qi Emperor secretly joined hands and used the old Ministry of Revenue officials his father had sent to manage it, they had created an abnormally large Zhaoshang money house. In front of Taiping Money House, it was still like an underdeveloped child. Fan Xian, who held the right to produce and sell the palace treasury, 2 smuggling channels, a brothel alliance, and a large-scale money house, was, without question, the richest person in the world. He knew that although he had a lot of silver in his hands, compared to Taiping Money House, it was still not enough. This was because this Taiping Money House was deeply rooted in the commerce of the continent. All of the large merchants had deep connections with it. If the Taiping Money House truly exerted its power, the amount of silver it could move could reach an astonishing level. Fan Xian was not a normal powerful official. He had the business and social economy of his previous life. In this life, he also had dealings with merchants. Thus, he knew better than most people the terrifying power of Taiping Money House, as well as the use it could bring to bear. In the past, he had once had the Overwatch Council investigate the secrets of Taiping Money House. However, every time they reached a certain location, the clues would come to an abrupt end. Since the largest money house in the world had its beginnings in Dongyi, it had a connection to the sword hut. At least, it had to have Sigejian's support. However, Fan Xian had never thought that the largest Taiping money house in the world was itself the property of the sword hut. The master of Taiping Money House was the second disciple of the sword hut. Fan Xian looked in a daze at the master of Taiping Money House. Endless complicated emotions welled up in his heart. Only now did he know how much Sigejian had bet before his death and how much power he had added to himself. The 12 swords were terrifying. The control of Dongyi was terrifying. What was truly terrifying was probably the boxes of accounts that had been sent into the room. The accounts of Taiping Money House. Fan Xian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the second disciple of the sword hut. Evenly, he asked, "I still don't know your name." This respect was not for his identity as a disciple of the sword hut and his 9th-level ace realm. Rather, it was for his position as the master of Taiping Money House. In this world, what was most worthy of respect was power. The person who controlled half of the money in the world was, without question, the most worthy of respect. At least, this was what Fan Xian thought. Li Bohua. The second disciple of the sword hut, the master of Taiping Money House, was not surprised by Fan Xian's attitude. Warmly, he said, "I've been in charge of Taiping Money House for 16 years. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to speak to this person. Based on Siga Jian's intentions, this person should be of use to him. However, this was a major figure who owned Taiping Money House. Could he truly be of use to him? Immediately after, he thought of something else. His pupils gradually constricted. Using the power in his hands, Xiaofan Money House, and Taiping Money House, which faintly controlled the livelihood of countless merchants and commoners, such power should be able to oppose something. This was a bottom-up confrontation. Li Bohua looked at Fan Xian's expression and knew what he was thinking. Slowly, he said, Taiping Money House lends to the world. If the situation is difficult, I'm afraid it will not be able to collect those loans. But the book came out. Fan Xian looked at him and waited for his next words. Banknotes fly all over the world, but the root of the money is always within Dongyi. Li Bohua did not hide anything in front of Fan Xian. If Sir Fan Jr. can gather these powers together, it can indeed affect many things. If you want the world to fall into chaos, it is not a difficult matter. Only those with power spoke with confidence. Only now did Fan Xian know that of the 13 disciples of the Sword Hut, the most powerful person was not Yun Jilan, who had the most prestige, nor was it 13th Wang, who had the most limitless potential. Rather, it was Li Bohua, who held the most silver. This is a large gift. Fan Xian had already calmed down from his earlier shock. Slowly, he said, if Dongyi's demands are too much and I am still unable to do it, I must explain ahead of time. This is already your property, sir. Li Bohua looked at him with a not quite there smile. Unlike other martial aces, this hidden oligarch of the land's business world immediately saw Fan Xian's cautiousness. Evenly, he said, teacher did not ask you to do anything in his last will. Presumably, you have already discussed it. I am just carrying it out. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said self-mockingly, in my life, I have already been hit by a golden basin that fell from the heavens. Am I going to be hit a second time today? I don't know what you need silver for, but I have silver. Li Bohua was silent for a long time. He then suddenly opened his mouth and said, of course, personally, I would like to raise a condition. Fan Xian looked at him calmly. A moment later, he said, you have the right and power to raise any condition. Li Bohua slowly rose and said, Taiping Money House was first the property of the master of Dongyi's manor. Later, it became the private property of the Sword Hut. I have spent a total of 16 years in it, and the money house has grown larger and larger. Please remember the money house's silver. It is not just the money house's silver. There is also the silver of all the merchants in Dongyi and even the silver of countless people in northern Qi and the Qing kingdom. If you want to use it, there must be a limit. You can't dig up all the merchants' silver. Of course. What I mean is, Taiping Money House is, in reality, the money house of the Dongyi people. It is their money, their root. Li Bohua looked at him calmly and said each word clearly. You only have half Dongyi blood. I want to remind you that our allegiance is only in name. We do not want to become Yanjing people, Jiangnan people, or Weizhou people. We only want to be Dongyi people. Speak frankly. Fan Xian looked at him with narrowed eyes. We cannot station troops, Li Bohua furrowed his brows and said quietly. With these words, the corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched into a smile. Looking at him, he quietly said, you are a smart person. Of course, you know that this is something the Sword Saint has already approved of. I cannot give in. Immediately after, he furrowed his brows and said, you also have to understand me. I have already done my best to convince the millions of people in the Qing kingdom. Li Bohua also smiled. What he said earlier was only a method of negotiation. He was sincerely stating his true request. If we must station troops, I hope it is the Black Knights. Li Bohua looked at Fan Xian and calmly said. Nothing else. Fan Xian shook his head. There are only 1,000 black knights in total. Furthermore, the emperor will not agree. Then it would be the great prince's old subordinates. It would be best if the great prince came personally. Li Bohua also did not give in. Presently, there are already strange movements in the various vassal states. The hearts of the people are also beginning to fall into chaos. After the funeral, if the Qing army forcefully enters, it will probably cause a great deal of backlash. The situation will become chaotic. How will this problem be resolved? Would there not be this problem if the Black Knights or the original Western Expedition Army entered Dongyi? Li Bohua smiled slightly. The master of the Black Knights is you, and the master of the Western Expedition Army is the Great Prince. All of the people of Dongyi know that you are a descendant of the young lady of the Yi family and the Great Prince is Aunt Ning's son. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know what crucial effect this had on the stability of Dongyi's situation. It depends on the hearts of the people, Li Bohua said quietly. Li Bohua quietly said, in these 20 years, Dongyi has produced 2 famous women. One is your mother. Even today, the merchants of Dongyi still see the old Yi family as the pride of Dongyi. The other is Aunt Ning, a pitiful female prisoner of war in Dongyi. In the end, she became the imperial concubine of a foreign country. Perhaps you find it strange, but in reality, the people of Dongyi have never thought of this as a humiliation. They only think of it as a rare honor. Fan Xian was silent. Naturally, he thought of the Chinese girls in his previous life who had become the imperial concubines of Northern Europe and the wives of great riches. It seemed that at that time, people's emotions were not conflicted. On the contrary, there was a secret joy. It had nothing to do with worshipping foreign things. It was probably a strange joy of announcing one's country's charm to the outside world. It is because the position of the young lady of the Yi family and Aunt Ning in the hearts of the Dongyi people has never changed. Li Bohua looked at him and said, thus, in the hearts of many merchants and common people, you or the Great Prince are actually half Dongyi people. If one of you were to station troops here, it would be easier to calm the emotions of the people. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, what you say makes sense. I can try to convince the emperor with these words. Presumably, the emperor also wants a complete Dongyi and not a city with volunteer armies rising from all sides and rivers of blood. Thank you for your trouble. After Li Bohua said this, he bowed deeply and prepared to leave. As for the specifics of Dongyi becoming a subject, such as whether it would be a yearly tribute or directly incorporated into Jingdo's tax system, they were still being discussed by various levels of officials. Above these matters was, of course, the most important matter of stationing troops. Li Bohua had come freely with Taiping Money House and left freely with the chests. This made the burden on Fan Xian's shoulders even heavier. Please wait a moment. Fan Xian suddenly asked for his guest to stay. The shock in his heart could not be completely dispelled. He truly did not understand why Sigurd Jian had decided to gamble so heavily on him before his death while the disciples of the Sword Hut did not ask for details or reason. Instead, they had bravely and even recklessly brought out Dongyi's wealth. They were not like Sigurd Jian who knew the past and the deep chasm that was difficult to bridge between Fan Xian and the emperor. Why did they trust Fan Xian? We just trust in teacher's intelligence. Li Bohua gazed at him and smiled slightly. Presumably, you know that teacher has never been an idiot. Fan Xian was silent. He then smiled and said, presumably, you have invested so much, so you have to have some way of monitoring me. Of course, it is not Yunjilan. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes in thought. The manor of the master of the city is going to be rebuilt. Yunjilan is the best choice. He is outside the Sword Hut and watches coldly from the sidelines. He will keep me in check from the bigger picture. But, where are your checks on me personally? You should know that I am not someone who can be controlled. We have no confidence in being able to control Sir Fan Jr., Li Bohua said calmly. Thus, we are only following teacher to carry out a grand gamble. Of course, if Sir Fan Jr. goes back on his word and swallows Dongyi into his belly, it would not be out of our expectations. After all, you are a Qing person and the illegitimate child of the Qing emperor. The life and death of Dongyi is presumably not that important in your heart. Since you have thought of this, why do you still dare to gamble? Dongyi doesn't have any other power. We only have money and swords. Li Bohua smiled slightly and bowed before walking out of the quiet room. Then, a sword walked into the quiet room. The tired 13th Wang's face was pale. He looked at Fan Xian and was silent for a long time. In a very low voice, he said, "From now on, I will follow you every day. If you go back on your word, I will kill you." "Can you kill me?" Fan Xian sighed and shook his head. Chapter 677. Fan Xian wanted to smile, but he couldn't. The expression on his face was like it had been frozen by the wind and snow outside the temple. He stared in a daze at 13th Wang in front of him. He looked at his young friend's calm but stubborn face. After a long time, he sighed deeply and also felt the chill in the depths of his heart. He knew 13th Wang was speaking the truth. He was an honest person, which was why he felt a chill. If the development of the situation was different from what Fan Xian and Sigu Jian had predicted, if in the eyes of the people of the world, Fan Xian had only taken Dongyi's power and had not considered the interests of the people and merchants of Dongyi, perhaps 13th Wang would actually attack him at all costs. Sigu Jian's final order, Taiping Money House, and the disciples of the Sword Hut had already given up too much profit and power for this gamble. If Fan Xian truly went back on his word, these people would hate him to the bone. Without even thinking, Fan Xian knew how shocking the vengeance of the 13 disciples of the Sword Hut would be. Furthermore, he had this close young friend at his side. Fan Xian did not wish to fight to the death with 13th Wang. Even if the Sword Hut's vengeance could not directly harm Fan Xian, who was protected by the Overwatch Council, the sudden attack of such a 9th-level ace would certainly harm the family, friends, and subordinates Fan Xian cared about. The Qing emperor could bear such a loss because, most of the time, he did not see most of his family and subordinates as human beings. However, Fan Xian could not. He knew that 13th Wang's current attitude represented the determination of the disciples of the Sword Hut. He couldn't help but feel secretly wary. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. A cold light gradually grew in them before gradually dissipating. Looking at 13th Wang, he calmly said, "Your brothers have to be clear about one thing. It was your teacher who begged me to do this. I did not beg him to do it. This so-called cooperation is your one-sided idea. I will not accept any form of threat." 13th Wang was silent. He knew Fan Xian was speaking the truth. Fan Xian stared into his eyes and said each word clearly, "This is something I have always wondered about. Sigu Jian gave me 12 swords. How exactly can I trust your loyalty and not have to worry every night that you will stab me in the back? If someone wants to stab you, I will stop them." 13th Wang lowered his head sadly. "As long as you don't go back on your word." Fan Xian smiled coldly and mockingly. "I have the shadow behind me. What do I need you to do? I just hate this feeling. Who am I? I am not someone who can be coerced into doing things. The Sword Hut must correct its attitude. If Yun Jilan or Li Bohua do not believe me, then there is no need for us to continue talking. Let's drop it here. After a few months, we can bring the army back to talk." 13th Wang raised his head and glanced at him with some confusion and pain. "You are also threatening me. It's impolite not to reciprocate." Fan Xian looked at him seriously and said, "I have a headache over the will you have shown. I don't want anyone to use you to control me. We do not have such extravagant hopes, but, to be honest, we do not understand teacher's final order, particularly since our brothers have not had much contact with you. They do not know what kind of person you are. They do not believe that you would not care about the interests of the Qing kingdom and think about the survival of Dongyi. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. I only need them to accept it. Fan Xian stood and gently patted his shoulder. We are friends. I don't want you to become a friend who stands by my side and constantly watches my every move. Friends should trust each other and support each other without asking for reasons. Fan Xian looked at 13th Wang and said seriously. You are the attitude Sigu Jian showed me, and it is also the attitude I showed Sigu Jian. Because of you, I was able to build this kind of trust between Sigu Jian and I. I hope that, from now on, you will learn to have your own attitude. People must live for themselves. In this world, there are already enough people who carry the so-called hatred of their countries and families and the righteousness of the common people. Your personality is not suited to doing this kind of thing. You are suited for it? 13th Wang faintly asked after understanding his words. I had no choice. I was forced to do this. Fan Xian's lips tasted bitter. His heart was sorrowful. The corners of his lips twitched. Gazing outside the quiet room, he sighed and sang, Look at that dark hole. Is that the thieves' nest? Why do I recognize them as thieves? But are they real thieves? Am I a thief? I don't want to go forward, and I don't want to kill them all. 13th Wang looked at him calmly and suddenly said, In this world, who can force you to do this? Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then said, I don't know. Perhaps, fundamentally speaking, it is just me who wants to do this. Concerning the emperor's matter, Fan Xian had already thought deeply enough. Just as he had said to his father, before Uncle Wu Zhu returned, he did not want to have a falling out with the emperor. Furthermore, he did not have any reason to do so. Although there had been a tragedy decades ago, as a soul drifting through this world, even if he wanted to avenge that woman, he would still hesitate when faced with his fleshly father. Furthermore, the emperor was still so powerful that he could not be defeated. Fan Xian only wanted to make this world more gentle and more in line with his thoughts. This was probably the first thing all transmigrators wanted to do after arriving in a completely different world. He didn't know that Yi Tao had done this, Wu Angua had done this, and even Yi Qingmei had done this. Probably only Sure you hadn't done this. In reality, this was just the fate of transmigrators, or rather, the fate of outstanding transmigrators. One could not be a foppish playboy for a lifetime. Enjoyment could not quell one's spiritual needs. The human's instinctive desire for knowledge and control would force one to walk in that direction. Anyone with enough power and influence would try to use the power in their hands to change something. To wear embroidered clothes and walk through the night for a lifetime required the willpower of an old monk. Even an old monk on the verge of death couldn't resist asking Shakespeare. For a person like Fan Xian, when he already had a certain position in this world, he always had to put on beautiful clothes, stand under the sunlight, and do the things he wanted to do according to his own thoughts. For this world, it was not necessarily a good choice. At least, it was a choice he thought was good. History was a dough for the powerful to knead. However, the powerful thought it was best to knead it into a delicate little girl. Some thought it should be kneaded into a large knife to chop around in a bustling market. As for who was right and who was wrong, it would be left to history to judge. In any case, before history came to a conclusion, the powerful would have long become white bones. They had to do it. Only then would it be thorough, straightforward, and not wronged. Fan Xian lived his second life. At the end of the spring of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, he finally climbed to the peak he could reach. At this time, he was a young and powerful official of the Qing kingdom. He had power in his hands, great power in the Overwatch Council, and money. Most of the money in the world was faintly under his control. Furthermore, he had a reputation. His reputation was so resounding that there was no second person in the world. Most importantly, he had deeds. When white smoke rose around Dongyi and white spirit summoning banners fluttered in the thick spring wind, Sigurjian's funeral was about to begin. The negotiations between the Qing kingdom and Dongyi had already ended. The situation in the world had finally undergone a fundamental change. From now on, the appearance of the territories became unfamiliar. Dongyi finally submitted to the powerful Qing kingdom in name. Other than a smear of green in the west and the country in the north that had maintained its silence, the entire land had submitted to the Qing kingdom's iron hooves. Furthermore, the Qing kingdom had not sent a single soldier to achieve this goal. The person who had facilitated all of this was, of course, Fan Xian. His reputation at this moment reached the peak of history. What he had done would certainly be written into the books of history. Fan Xian stood calmly in front of the door of the sword hut with 13th Wang behind him. The other 11 disciples of the sword hut also stood quietly not far away. The Qing diplomatic group stood on his other side. The secret agents and swordsmen of the Overwatch Council did not reveal themselves. They were warily watching everything around them from various directions. Today was the opening ceremony of the sword hut in the 10th year of the Qing calendar. Originally, this ceremony had already been held a long time ago. Sigurjian had been seriously ill and on the verge of death. Additionally, the sword hut had something important to announce to the world and had invited many important figures. There were too many people and too many people. Recently, there had been a faint element of unease brewing in the small vassal states around Dongyi and in some of the streets in the city. Volunteer armies had even appeared in a few places. As the representative of the invaders, Fan Xian became the most important person to protect. However, Dongyi was not worried about Fan Xian's safety. The person who wanted to kill Fan Xian in this place should not have been born yet. Of course, this judgment excluded the only great grandmaster in the world, the Qing emperor. After all, everyone thought that the Qing emperor would not suddenly come in a frenzy to assassinate his illegitimate child, who had just accomplished a great deed. No one dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fan Xian. The weather was bright and beautiful. The sun shone brightly, giving rise to a faint summer heat. 13th Wang was the person closest to Fan Xian. He was half a step behind Fan Xian. Fan Xian's expression was calm as he welcomed the large merchants who had come from all over the world. At the same time, as half a master, he received the Qing and Northern Qi diplomatic groups. The faces of the Qing diplomatic group carried a joy that was difficult to suppress. However, the expressions of the Northern Qi officials were very ugly. A large canopy had already been erected in the open space in front of the sword hut. Countless white paper flowers and curtains hung on it. It did not look festive. It was at odds with the opening ceremony and the declaration of allegiance in name. Fan Xian did not care about this. The officials of the Qing Ministry of Rites were displeased, but they didn't show anything. Everyone knew that the opening ceremony this time could be considered Sigurjian's funeral. The officials of the Ministry of Rites did not want to anger the powerful people in the sword hut at such an important time. The sun slowly moved up into the sky. The air gradually grew hot. Fortunately, Dongyi was on the shores of the East Sea. With the sea wind blowing endlessly day and night, it was bearable. Additionally, the canopy blocked out most of the blazing sunlight. Other than wiping away sweat, the guests who had come to watch the ceremony did not complain much. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers rang out outside the sword hut. Countless firecrackers exploded at this moment. The paper shreds were sent flying high into the air. Smoke began to fill the air. As if this was a signal, firecrackers that had been prepared a long time ago lit up at the same time in front of every shop and private residence in Dongyi. Even the brothels that usually hung red lanterns and sang incessantly all night changed their lanterns to white and set off firecrackers in front of the buildings. The girls had already changed into plain clothes. With a glimmer of unease and confusion, they looked in the direction of the sword hut. The merchants and commoners stood under the white spirit summoning banners in front of their doors and watched as the firecrackers exploded into pieces in front of them. The baby in the woman's arms was startled awake by the loud and clear firecrackers that rang out from all directions in Dongyi. He wailed loudly. All of Dongyi was filled with the sound of firecrackers and the sound of crying. The slightly blinding smell of glass enveloped the entire city along with the smoke. The shattering of the firecrackers was like a person's life. The rising smoke was like a gradually departing soul. Fan Xian watched this scene calmly and suddenly thought of the firecrackers he had heard outside Shangjing in northern Qi many years ago. He thought to himself, regardless of whether it was Master Zhuang or Siga Jian, they were both equally noble to these common people. Under the canopy outside the sword hut, at Yun Zhilan's voice, everyone knelt down toward the large black coffin. Fan Xian also knelt down. He then heard Yun Zhilan announce Siga Jian's final order on his behalf. As expected, before Siga Jian died, he finally forgave Yun Zhilan's disloyalty and ordered him to take over the position of Master of Dongyi. Yun Zhilan had always been in charge of the mundane affairs of the sword hut and was well versed in worldly affairs. Given the dissatisfaction in his heart, he would certainly be able to form a relatively complete restriction with the Qing people who had come to take over Dongyi. Fan Xian did not care about this. He listened silently. He only thought that only if Siga Jian passed the sword hut to 13th Wang would he be able to use the close relationship between the two of them to truly control those 12 terrifying swords. As he thought this, he heard Yun Zhilan's last words. Involuntarily, his eyes narrowed. Fan Xian's mother is from Dongyi. I have personally taught him sword techniques. He is a great talent. I order him to preside over the opening of the sword hut. Chapter 678. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His pupils constricted slightly. He then stood up in front of the large shed. Straightening his back, he calmly looked at Yun Zhilan, who was singing loudly. Everyone around the sword hut was kneeling. Even the members of the Qing diplomatic group knelt in front of the great Grandmaster Siga Jian's coffin and bowed sincerely. Before they came, the Qing emperor had personally approved this minute etiquette. No one had any problems. Fan Xian rose and appeared particularly eye-catching. Of the thousands of people inside and outside, only he and Yun Zhilan stood in front of the large black coffin. Fan Xian did not want to kneel to anyone in his life. Other than heaven and earth, his parents, he was not in a good mood even when he went to court and knelt to the emperor. He was willing to kneel with all his heart because he respected the strong and respected the dead. However, Yun Zhilan's last words shocked him. It also completely turned the faint respect he had for Siga Jian into a faint anger. Everyone heard Yun Zhilan's last words clearly. These were the words the 13 disciples of the sword hut heard at the same time as they knelt in front of the bed. Yun Zhilan would not lie and did not dare to lie. Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward Sir Fan Jr., who had already abruptly stood up. Mother from Dongyi? Personally teaching sword skills? Truly talented? Hosting the opening of the hut? Countless shocked, puzzled, and amused gazes landed on Fan Xian's body, but they did not make his clothes flutter. He only looked calmly at Yun Zhilan as if trying to determine if he had imagined these words or if they were something else. These simple words revealed 4 pieces of information that Siga Jian wanted to announce to the world. Fan Xian's mother was Yi Qingmei. Although Yi Qingmei had helped the Qing kingdom rise to prominence, she could still be considered a person of Dongyi. This was not a secret. As for the matter of personally teaching sword techniques, since Siga Jian had said so in his last words, everyone believed it. A great grandmaster had the right to teach Sir Fan Jr. the true meaning of the Sigu sword. As for the evaluation of being a great talent, everyone thought Sir Fan Jr. was worthy of it. The problem was that these messages all faintly revealed a kind of feeling. It was a feeling of intimacy, a feeling of wanting to pull Fan Xian toward Dongyi. The maternal relationship referred to the closeness of blood. Teaching the sword was the relationship between master and disciple. Dutsai was Dongyi's approval of Fan Xian. As for having Fan Xian host the opening ceremony, that was the most important thing. The sword hut had appeared in the world for decades. It had only been 20 years since the sword hut had truly opened and accepted disciples. Each time, the person hosting the opening ceremony was none other than Sigurjian himself. Other than the 3 years when he was heavily injured and waiting for death, Sigurjian paid particular attention to the opening ceremony of the sword hut. This created a tacit agreement in the world. Anyone who presided over the opening of the sword hut was the master of the sword hut. Sigurjian's last words had appointed Fan Xian to open the sword hut. Naturally, he had given him this sword hut, which contained countless aces and 3 generations of disciples. This was indeed something Fan Xian had not thought of. During these 2 days, he had been thinking about how he could truly make the 12 swords other than Yunjilan work for him. 13th Wang didn't need to think about it. He had already seen through this young man's personality. What about the other aces of the sword hut? Unexpectedly, Sigurjian had thought of this problem for him ahead of time and solved it. However, the method of solving this problem stunned Fan Xian. 3 pieces of information and 1 final order. The sword hut was in his hands. From now on, his words would be the same as Sigurjian's words in the past. A mountain was now in his hands. It seemed to be a wonderful thing, but Fan Xian knew that behind the beauty was Sigurjian's hidden ruthlessness. This was a needle stuck between Fan Xian and the emperor. As a Qing official, he had become the master of the sword hut. What would the emperor think? No matter how much the emperor trusted Fan Xian, could he watch as the power in Fan Xian's hands grew in the light? Particularly when Dongyi appeared to be so close and loyal to Fan Xian. Even if the emperor's heart was like the ocean, his confidence was like the sun and moon, and he didn't care about anything. What about his emotions? People were animals controlled by their emotions. The emperor would certainly not like his illegitimate child to shine too brightly, perhaps even brighter than himself. There could only ever be one sun in the sky. Fan Xian stared at Yunjilan's lips. Only now did he know that before Sigurjian died, he had still played a trick on him and dug a hole for him to jump into. It was like Yunjilan did not notice his gaze at all. Naturally and calmly, he finished all of Sigurjian's last words. He then walked in front of Fan Xian and bowed respectfully. Please. Please what? Please take the seat of honor. Please and then please. A cold smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. He unconsciously glanced down from the corner of his eyes. Everyone present had already risen. They were still staring at everything happening in front of the black coffin with stunned expressions. Fan Xian glanced at the officials of the diplomatic group, particularly the assistant minister of the Board of Rights. The assistant minister sensed his gaze and furrowed his brows in thought for a long time. He then slowly nodded his head. The exchange of thoughts between the 2 men in the Qing diplomatic group ended here. The assistant minister of the Board of Rights knew what Sir Fan Jr. was worried about. However, seeing that Dongyi was about to submit, he didn't want this matter to affect the bigger picture. The Qing people's desire to expand their territory was too strong. This assistant minister thought that the emperor would not be angry because Sir Fan Jr. had accepted the position of master of the sword hut without permission. Fan Xian thought silently for a long time. He evaluated the pros and cons of this matter in his mind, particularly guessing how the emperor would react once he learned of this matter. Yunjilan was not in a hurry. He looked at him with a glimmer of mockery and waited for his response. Fan Xian knew what he was mocking. It was just as his father had said. His behavior had indeed been a bit hesitant and not very straightforward. However, these people did not know that those who wanted to do great things had to be careful, especially when faced with the unfathomable emperor. In the end, Fan Xian took a deep breath and said with a slight smile, I didn't think that even in death, your teacher would still not let me go. Since I am going to help Sir Fan Jr. achieve a great deed, the disciples of the Sword Hut must throw themselves under your banner. Yunjilan seemed to not hear the sharpness in his words. It is getting late. Please accept the sword and then go to open the Sword Hut. Fan Xian didn't move. Suddenly, he asked, after opening the Sword Hut, the disciples of the third generation will all listen to my orders? Correct. What about you? He looked into Yunjilan's eyes and smiled slightly. If I told you to dig 36,000 earthworms, would you agree? Digging earthworms was an interesting part of another story in another world. Yunjilan had never heard of it, but it did not stop him from answering quickly. It was clear that regardless of whether it was the dead Sigurd or him, they were both fully prepared for Fan Xian's question. I am now the master of Dongyi. Since I am an official, I have left the Sword Hut, Yunjilan said with a sigh. Yunjilan sighed, but there was no sense of frustration in his voice. Now, I am no longer a member of the Sword Hut. You cannot control me. So that's how it is. Fan Xian thought to himself that Sigurd indeed did not completely trust him. He still wanted to bring the troublesome Yunjilan out of the picture. He paused for a moment and then returned with a slightly mocking smile. Don't forget, your position as the master of Dongyi still needs the Qing Emperor's royal title. If the Emperor doesn't like you, you won't be able to do it. Yunjilan's expression didn't change. I think Sir Fan Jr. will let this matter happen. The two of them spoke in very low voices. Standing alone in front of the black coffin, they didn't have to worry about others hearing them. Fan Xian understood that his words were to see if he was willing to cooperate or even form an alliance with the power of Dongyi or return to his identity as a pure official of the Qing kingdom. This move that had suddenly appeared after Sigurd death had indeed messed up Fan Xian's plans. He had to worry about Jingdo's reaction and the Emperor's. Although this move was harsh, it was not something Fan Xian could not accept. At least, it was much better than the situation he had once been incomparably afraid of. He had always been afraid that after Sigurd died, he would suddenly order the Shadow to take over as the master of the Sword Hut. If that happened, Sigurd would be forcing Fan Xian's faction to directly fall out with the Emperor. Although the scene in front of him could create some cracks between Fan Xian and the Emperor, Sigurd was still rather merciful and gave Fan Xian some time to prepare. Thinking of all the hidden moves this thin and weak great-grandmaster had laid down before his death, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh. He then thought of the hidden moves he had laid down in Shiliang and Jingdo before his death. Only now did he know that the realm of a great-grandmaster was not just about martial cultivation. It was also about the affairs of the human heart. Fan Xian lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He then glanced at the assistant minister of the Board of Rites below and nodded slightly. He then gently grasped Yunjilan's hand. Yunjilan furrowed his brows slightly. Smile. Since we are acting, we should act beautifully. In the future, we will be partners, just like the Qing court and Dongyi. Fan Xian didn't look at him. Instead, he raised Yunjilan's hand with a slight smile. The hands of the second-generation master of the Sword Hut and the master of Dongyi of an unknown generation clasped tightly in front of Sigurd black coffin and in front of countless spectators. The opening ceremony was not complicated, but it had a sense of sacredness. Fan Xian himself did not have a sacred belief in the sword. When he gently pushed open the tightly closed door of the grass hut, he found that the attitude of the disciples of the Sword Hut toward him had faintly changed. The respect and cooperation began to have some meaning that came from the heart. Even 13th Wang was no exception. After everything was done, Fan Xian returned to the Qing diplomatic group and entered a quiet room with the assistant minister of the Board of Rites. This was only the opening ceremony and the second round of negotiations. Although the negotiations had gone smoothly, they were still at the final juncture of the merger. Thus, the highest-ranking official the Qing kingdom had sent, other than Fan Xian, was this assistant minister. If they truly wanted to announce to the world that Dongyi belonged to the Qing kingdom, not only the minister of the Board of Rites, but perhaps even the emperor would be interested in coming personally to accept the map and enjoy the worship of the tens of thousands of Dongyi people who had once been citizens of a foreign country. The assistant minister of the Board of Rites looked at Sir Fan Jr. in deep thought and speechless. A moment later, he said evenly, "Sir, don't be too troubled. We know what Dongyi is thinking. We are used to it and will defeat it." Although that is true, it is still not appropriate, Fan Xian sighed and said warmly. "I will have to trouble you to quickly write a memorial and send it back to Jingdo. The emperor must know of this as soon as possible." He couldn't help but say with vexation, "If I hadn't suddenly been forced to do so, logically speaking, there would have to be an edict before I would dare to take over." "The people of Dongyi are still unwilling," the assistant minister said, shaking his head. "However, the emperor is wise. He can certainly see at a glance what these people are trying to do." Fan Xian smiled. He knew that the assistant minister could see his worry. However, the assistant minister did not know what he was thinking in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't expose it. Furrowing his brows, he said, "Looks like I will have to return to the capital." Although the negotiations are going smoothly, Dongyi's resistance is still very strong, the assistant minister of the Board of Rites said. "Without you holding down the fort, I'm afraid things will change. Before I came, the emperor had given a strict order that this matter must be completed in one go. I think you should continue to hold down the fort. As for these specific matters, let me return to the capital and report them to the court." Fan Xian had been waiting for these words. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." There was a stone weighing on Fan Xian's heart. He knew that the identity of the master of the sword hut would not cause the emperor's trust in him to immediately weaken. However, during these years, he had done many things that he had overdone. He had always been eating meat from that trust. Who knew when this meat would be eaten up by him? Sigujian's move was to prevent Fan Xian from selling Dongyi in the future. He would first sell Dongyi to Fan Xian before anything else. It was better to give it to Fan Xian than to the Qing emperor. If Sigujian lost the gamble, this would be the end. No matter how much trouble Fan Xian and the emperor made, what did it have to do with the dead Sigujian? Fan Xian once again came to the seaside outside Dongyi. Narrowing his eyes, he sat on a rock and looked at the slowly rising and falling white waves. It was as if he could see Sigujian's cold and emotionless eyes inside. "Everyone is forcing me down that path. Have you ever thought that I will have a hard time?" Fan Xian asked as he looked at Sigujian in the waves. Sigujian seemed to answer with one sentence, "Should I love you and the Qing people?" Fan Xian shook his head. Sigujian said, "Whether you have a hard time or not, whether the Qing kingdom is in chaos, what does it have to do with me?" Fan Xian gazed at the waves and said with a smile, "I can have a hard time, but I cannot die. Furthermore, the Qing kingdom cannot fall into chaos. I love the Qing kingdom more than your Dongyi. It is our Dongyi. I am a person of the Qing kingdom. You are not a person of the Qing kingdom. You are a person of the world." Fan Xian slowly woke up from his dream. He thought to himself that he was actually not a person of the world, so why did he not want to part with the people of the world? Was the light of idealism his mother had left in this body finally beginning to radiate out? He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. If he could not stop the bloodbath from coming, if he could not change the changes in history, then he would leave this world and live his own life. This was what he should think. Chapter 679. The Dongyi matter was still complicated and sensitive. Suddenly becoming a citizen of the Qing kingdom was not something everyone could accept. Merchants were indeed greedy, and prostitutes were heartless. Even the people in the trading houses and brothels found it difficult to immediately change. This was not the same as doing business. Doing it raw and not familiar was to rip off customers. The power to control one's own life and death was best placed in the hands of familiar people. This was not the same as a brothel receiving customers. One red lip for 10,000 to taste. The girls all hoped to be faithful to the end. In particular, the vassal states controlled by Dongyi had long shown signs of unrest. The Song Kingdom, which was close to Yanjing, was better off. The nobles and officials of this small country had long become used to the might of the Yanjing army and could not summon any will to resist. Some of the smaller countries that did not border the Qin kingdom thought that they were about to lose the power and luxury they had in name and become a dispensable hostage in Jingdo. Naturally, they began to carry out some things in secret. The power of these small vassal states was not great, so the methods they chose were rather sinister. They secretly stirred up the undercurrents among the people and scattered pepper on the emotions of the Dongyi people. In a short half a month, the resistance movements had become more intense and frequent than a few days ago. All of this was within Fan Xian's expectations. Peacefully taking over Dongyi was not a small matter that could be accomplished overnight. This was the largest matter that had happened in the world in 20 years. The 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had already prepared large numbers of civil officials. They entered Dongyi in batches and began to cooperate with the Sword Hut and the manor of the master of the city. They launched wave after wave of propaganda. Adding to the help of the 4th Bureau's spies in various countries and the spies they had bought, as well as Dongyi taking advantage of the situation, propaganda about peace, non-war, and mutual prosperity began to spread vigorously. Suppressing the resistance in various places and preventing it from turning into uncontrollable civil unrest required Dongyi to act themselves. Fan Xian did not want the Qin kingdom's national machinery to enter Dongyi too early. Once blood was spilled, the hatred in the hearts of the Dongyi people would deepen, and the situation would become uncontrollable. 3 volunteer armies had already been suppressed. Of course, these volunteer armies were only 100 or so bandits howling through the mountains and forests. Fan Xian had sent 10 of the 12 disciples of the Sword Hut into the forests of these small countries to suppress and explain. As for the results, Fan Xian was still waiting for feedback. Because of the uncertain situation and the natural rebellious nature of the Dongyi people, some of the powerful merchant companies in the city began to feel uneasy. Faced with this trend, Fan Xian joined hands with the second disciple of the Sword Hut, Li Bohua. Using the double pressure of Taiping Money House and Palace Treasury, he directly intimidated all the merchants. At the same time, Fan Xian and the diplomatic mission jointly sent 17 urgent memorials to Jingdo, asking the emperor for instructions on relevant matters. At the same time, he asked in the secret memorials whether the arrangements for the hostages of the vassal states could be lowered to avoid forcing the nobles to act in desperation and do terrible things in their despair. Conquering a territory wasn't something that could be done with just a few words on a piece of paper. The key was to subdue the hearts and wills of the people living in that territory. This would take years, decades, or even centuries. Fan Xian was not in a rush, but he was worried that the emperor would be in too much of a rush. For him, he had to be able to satisfy the emperor and, at the same time, make the people of Dongyi accept it. This was his goal so that the Iron Riders of the Qin kingdom would not kill their way from Yanjing. It was like a steel wire. As he walked on it, the two sides were empty. He had to be careful. Conquering required a propaganda offensive, buying people's hearts, and giving the Dongyi people an excuse to convince themselves. It required Fan Xian to organize everything without sleep or rest. It required him to use his identity as a powerful official of the Qin kingdom and the master of the Sword Hut to meet with various merchants and local figures with real power in Dongyi. He had to give them a definite message and make them feel at ease. This was a very tiring matter. The dark circles under his eyes finally destroyed some of the beauty on Fan Xian's handsome face. His face had also paled. He was extremely tired. Each time he thought of how he was saving hundreds of thousands of lives, this feeling of being able to move closer to the thrill of being a martyr for a just cause made him sober again. Other than everything above, conquering required powerful and irresistible martial power. Only with powerful martial power as the foundation could the people of Dongyi passively and humiliatingly accept their fate of being swallowed up by the Qing kingdom. After the situation in Dongyi calmed slightly, the Qing Iron Riders began to move closer in Dongyi's direction. Like a black cloud crushing a mountain, they were unstoppable. This was also the emperor's bottom line. If the Qing kingdom did not station troops in Dongyi, what kind of conquest was that? It was already the height of summer. The blazing sun shone wildly in the sky, burning Dongyi's sorrowful wife into an endless panting of pain. It chased away the dark and rainy weather after the great grandmaster's departure. There was only light. The northern Qi diplomatic group had long left. What many people found strange was that although the northern Qi people clearly felt great shock and anger at the Qing kingdom swallowing up Dongyi, they did not do anything. Instead, they quietly watched everything happen. It seemed that the northern Qi people had already accepted their fate. Of the hundreds of people standing outside Dongyi, other than the members of the Qing diplomatic group and the officials of the master of the city, there was Fan Xian and the disciples of the Sword Hut who had rushed back from various places. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and stood on the rolling yellow dirt road. Unconsciously, he moved his feet endlessly. His appearance was not very dignified. He also didn't want to put on a dignified appearance. He could clearly feel that the expressions of all the Dongyi people waiting outside the city were particularly ugly and pale. There was a special kind of suppressed anger. At this time, Fan Xian would not purposely put on a dignified appearance to provoke them. The ground gradually began to tremble. Yun Zhilan's body, standing beside Fan Xian, also gradually began to tremble. Once the first disciple of the Sword Hut and now the master of Dongyi, he could no longer control the gloomy emptiness in his heart and began to tremble. The expressions of the officials of the master of the city in Dongyi were all very ugly. The faces of the disciples of the Sword Hut were also slightly pale. As their trembling grew louder and louder, they revealed their true emotions. At the end of the road, thunder rumbled faintly, causing the ground to shake. The small grains of sand in the yellow dirt on the ground were shaken and rolled. A rider appeared in their line of sight. Immediately after, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000 densely packed riders pressed toward Dongyi from the west. A stern and magnificent aura enveloped all the people on the outskirts of the city. The Qing army had arrived. The black mass of riders slowly neared Dongyi. They represented the Qing kingdom's powerful military power, the Qing emperor's unstoppable and powerful will, and the desire to conquer. The Qing kingdom had stationed 10,000 Qing soldiers in Dongyi. They had been gathered from the armies of the 5 roads within a month. They had been hastily formed, but there was no sign of chaos. These Qing soldiers, who were about to represent the Qing kingdom stationed in Dongyi, were all old soldiers of the Western Expedition Army. Under the command of the Great Prince, their battle power was astonishing. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching and threatening Qing army. He smiled slightly mockingly. Tidying his clothes, he slowly walked forward to meet them. He couldn't help but think of the arguments he had with the emperor in the memorials. Sigujian's last words had made him spend a great deal of effort to convince the emperor. The emperor knew that if he wanted the people of Dongyi to be willing to accept it, the Great Prince and Fan Xian were indeed 2 good choices. There were too few Black Knights, so he could only choose the Great Prince's Western Expedition Army. Fan Xian believed that there were not many generals who truly belonged to the Western Expedition Army among the garrison soldiers. The Great Prince had only come to Dongyi to show his face. In the end, he would have to go back. The emperor would not allow his eldest son to be permanently stationed in Dongyi. Thinking of the emperor who was far away in Jingdo but was controlling the Dongyi matter, Fan Xian's emotions became complicated. Unexpectedly, the emperor was not angry at him for taking over the sword hut without an imperial edict. On the contrary, he seemed to know what Fan Xian was worried about. He used an urgent document to send him an imperial edict. The imperial edict was the same as what was written in the box. There were only 2 words. Anji. The Qing emperor was comforting Fan Xian's heart. When Fan Xian thought of this, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. The emperor's trust in him truly moved him. He knew how cold and heartless the emperor could be once he turned hostile. His heart didn't even dare to be moved. Wind and dust gradually rose. Before it was long, it swept down the road toward the city. The speed of the Qing riders gradually increased. Fan Xian involuntarily narrowed his eyes and covered his nose and mouth. He didn't know who had given the order for this intimidating force. He didn't know if it would cause the people of Dongyi to feel conflicted. He solemnly turned his head and found that, contrary to his expectations, other than the warriors of the sword hut with hidden anger on their faces, the rest of the officials in the manner of the master of the city and the nobles who had come to greet them all showed fear on their faces. Their faces were pale. It was as if they had no intention of resisting. Tens of thousands of riders arrived on the dust with a shocking momentum. It scared most of the people of Dongyi to the point of losing their will to resist. Looking at this scene, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Dongyi's bloodthirst was indeed lacking. Although the great prince's move was crude and rude, it hit the other party's weak spot. He didn't know if the emperor had said this before they left. However, for Fan Xian, the lack of bloodthirst in Dongyi was a good thing. He had never hoped that the northern Qi people would be like the Dongyi people and surrender without a fight. It was good to be able to shed as little blood as possible. The hooves of the horses were like thunder. In a moment, they had arrived on the outskirts of Dongyi. Tens of thousands of riders wore dark-colored light armor and gave off a piercing light under the sunlight. The dust that had been kicked up gradually settled, revealing the true appearance of the Qing army. The densely packed riders surrounded Dongyi. Silence. It was completely silent. Even the warhorses that were twisting their heads seemed to be intimidated by the Qing army's discipline. They didn't dare paw their hooves or snort. Tens of thousands of cold gazes watched the people from Dongyi who had come to welcome them. The officials, nobles, and merchants of Dongyi looked at this scene with fear. They looked at the Qing army's strict discipline, austere aura, superior equipment, and the confidence and tyranny that seeped out from within. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, if the Sword Saint had not given the final edict of surrendering to the Qing kingdom before he left and the Qing army attacked Dongyi, how many days or minutes would Dongyi be able to hold out? Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. A wave of silent horse hooves broke the silence in front of the city gate. The front of the Qing cavalry parted. Their commander walked out from within, as well as the complicated and magnificent ceremonial guards at his side. The Qing emperor's ceremonial guard followed the Qing army and arrived outside Dongyi. The commander-in-chief stood beside the emperor's ceremonial staff. He wore a silver light armor, a sword at his waist, and a spear at his side. Behind him was a blood-red cloak that fluttered in the yellow dust sea breeze. The great prince gently pulled on the reins of his horse and escorted the emperor's ceremonial guard to the front of the crowd. Calmly and with a complicated gaze, he looked at everyone outside the Dongyi city gate. There was a soundless silence. Yunjilan closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. After struggling for a long time, his eyes gradually grew wet. Then, he slowly knelt down toward the emperor's ceremonial guard beside the warhorse. The master of Dongyi knelt. All of the officials quickly followed suit. The nobles of the various vassal states also knelt down. They knelt densely on the ground, expressing their submission to the Qing army and the Qing emperor. The disciples of the sword hut did not kneel. They knew this was a helpless decision their teacher had made before his death. Although they knew that their eldest brother-disciple had already broken out of the hut and could only kneel in front of the Qing army for the people of Dongyi, they were not Dongyi officials. They were free people. More accurately, they were Jianghu people. The Jianghu people had their own way of doing things. They did not have any restraints. Thus, they stared at the Qing riders with an astonishing aura that filled the mountains and plains. There was not a glimmer of fear in their eyes. On the contrary, they felt boundless anger and fighting spirit. More than half of the 9th-level aces in the world were there. They were not afraid of anything. The great prince sat on his horse and glanced coldly at the stubborn disciples of the Sword Hut who refused to bow down. He was about to open his mouth to say something when he heard a familiar, clear, slightly tired, and indifferent voice coming from the side. "Disciples of the Sword Hut, listen up." Fan Xian closed his eyes slightly and said, "Return to the city to help the manor of the master of the city maintain law and order." This reason was absurd. Fan Xian sighed in his heart. He knew he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have let the disciples of the Sword Hut come. These people were all aces among aces. Each of them was proud and unyielding, particularly powerful figures like Li Bohua and 13th Wang. They were either the leaders of the greatest money house in the world or warriors most likely to become great grandmasters. How could they lower their heads to the power of a country? There were not many people in Dongyi who were hot-blooded. If there were 10, at least 90% were left in the hearts of the disciples of the Sword Hut. Hearing the master's words, the disciples of the Sword Hut did not disobey. They knew that Sir Fan Jr. was giving them a way out. After a moment of stalemate, Li Bohua was, in the end, more experienced and prudent. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down silently. Leading his disciples, he quietly walked into the city and opened up the path into the city. 13th Wang did not follow and leave. He also did not kneel. He just stood coldly by Fan Xian's side and looked at the menacing Qing riders. It was as if he had no one in his eyes. The great prince glanced at Fan Xian with deep meaning in his eyes. Eunuch Dai unfurled the imperial edict in his hand and read it quietly to the Dongyi officials and merchants kneeling in front of the ceremonial guards. Hearing that Sir has passed, I am grieved and cannot rest easy. Hearing that Sir is righteous and prioritizes the people, I feel respect in my heart. Fan Xian stood to the side of the road and quietly listened to the most important imperial edict. He found that this imperial edict was not like the ones in the past, which were all standardized. It truly had the tone of the emperor. Furthermore, the grief and respect in his words were not false. As for how the people of Dongyi would view the Qing emperor who had killed Siga Jian, that was another matter. This imperial edict was very long. It described the Qing emperor's greetings to the people of Dongyi and the importance of unifying the world for the people. Each word was sincere. In the end, the emperor approved of Yun Zhilan's appointment as the master of Dongyi and ordered him to choose a time to enter the capital to accept the title. Yun Zhilan, who was kneeling at the very front, heard this edict and was not surprised. Although his position as master of the city had been obtained through negotiation, if he wanted to continue holding it, he had to be personally conferred the title by the Qing emperor. He rose somewhat gloomily and accepted the imperial edict with both hands. He then bowed again. The ceremony continued. It was a complicated and important ceremony. It was a ceremony about conquering and being conquered. The great prince dismounted and walked closer to Fan Xian. He looked at him for a moment and then said, "I didn't do well earlier." Fan Xian knew that this brother of his was referring to him having the disciples of the Sword Hut leave. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I am already very tired. I don't know what else to do." But, the disciples of the Sword Hut still have to demonstrate their attitude. The great prince looked at him warmly. After a moment of silence, he said with extreme seriousness, "However, you have already done well enough. I think, in the entire world, in this matter, there is no one who can do better than you." Fan Xian smiled slightly and didn't continue the conversation. He only said, "The disciples of the Sword Hut's attitude will be shown to the emperor." He lowered his head and said to 13th Wang beside him, "13th Wang, you are responsible for arranging the moving of the army." 13th Wang, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly raised his head. He didn't ask why. He only looked calmly at Fan Xian. His meaning was simple. "Why me?" "Because you are a simple person." Fan Xian gave him a reason that he could not refuse. "I have learned something from you. If you are simple, this world will be simple to you." Under the great prince's slightly confused gaze, Fan Xian patted 13th Wang and said, "I think you also hope that this matter can be simpler." The 13th disciple of the Sword Hut, Wang Shi, stood in front of the group of riders. He couldn't help but think of that bright afternoon many years ago when Sangwon had taken him to choose a girl. It was the same helplessness and headache. Chapter 680. Naturally, it was impossible for the 10,000 soldiers the Qing kingdom had sent to be stationed around Dongyi. Although this was the largest city in the world, it was not difficult for it to provide 10,000 soldiers with logistical tents. Due to some reasons that were difficult to explain, a new military camp, which should have been built in 5 days, had yet to be completed. Thus, a portion of the Qing army was only temporarily camped in temporary camps. In the end, 5,600 people remained on Dongyi's side. The rest of the people were stationed in various vassal states to suppress and intimidate. That night, after attending the banquet, the great prince was not in a hurry to rest. Instead, he gently waved his hand at Fan Xian. The two of them flashed into a quiet study. The great prince was silent for a moment. In the end, he first took out a letter from his clothes. Fan Xian glanced over and saw the style of the letter. He was about to kneel down to receive the emperor's secret edict when he was unexpectedly pulled back by the great prince. "It's just the two of us. There is no need for our knees to suffer." The great prince gently shook his head. Fan Xian was slightly startled. Shortly after, he slowly smiled and did not bow again. Accepting the emperor's secret edict from his hands, he opened the seal and read it carefully. He then sank deep into thought and did not speak for a long time. "I will return to the capital first. You will replace me here for 3 months." In the letter, the emperor's tone was very warm. There was an undisguisable admiration for Fan Xian. Fan Xian's mood was relaxed, so his tone was also relaxed. He said to the great prince, "This arrangement is possible. The problem is, when you return to the capital and I come pick you up, are the two of us going on an errand in Dongyi forever? In order to conquer Dongyi as quietly as possible and let the Qing kingdom's financial and military power suffer as little damage as possible, the great prince and Fan Xian, the two sons of the emperor who had Dongyi blood running through their veins, were, without question, the best choices." Although Sigurd will during the opening ceremony a month ago had strongly pulled Fan Xian onto the path of the Dongyi people and pointed directly at the emperor's heart, the emperor was a wise man. How could he not understand this? On the contrary, he went with the flow and changed his original thoughts. He actually sent the great prince to lead the Qing army to be stationed. Regardless of whether it was the great prince or Fan Xian, they both had half Dongyi blood in them. This was an unparalleled weapon when it came to conquering the hearts of the Dongyi people. At least, the conquered people would feel much better every time they thought of the Qing nobility above their heads being half Dongyi. Particularly the great prince, he was a true prince. His birth mother's past was known to the world. Having him stationed in Dongyi could also represent the mixing of blood between the Qing kingdom and Dongyi. If one truly wanted to conquer a piece of land, the mixing of blood was, without question, the most powerful weapon. The emperor saw far into the future. However, it was impossible for the emperor to allow the great prince and Fan Xian to stay in Dongyi for a long time. He only had these two grown princes and needed them by his side to help with court and military affairs. His sons were too far away from Jingdo. The Qing emperor was also faintly worried about the two princes who clearly did not have much of the Li family heir. Fan Xian was well aware of this worry, so he was not surprised by the instructions in the secret edict. He only had a headache. The great prince had come and he was about to leave. What would he do in the future? Someone needs to be stationed in Dongyi. He looked at the great prince and asked, "What exactly does the emperor plan to do? Are you going to do it, or am I going to do it? I'm not sure either." A faint worry appeared between the great prince's brows. He was not a normal Qing official or commoner. Although he felt incomparable joy and shock at Fan Xian's ability to convince Sigurd to subdue the Sword Hut and swallow the land and people of Dongyi into the Qing kingdom's territory without a drop of blood, he was thinking more about whether or not this process would proceed smoothly. Although the Qing Iron Riders had effectively intimidated the hearts of most of the Dongyi people outside Dongyi, the behavior of the disciples of the Sword Hut made the great prince wary. He glanced at Fan Xian deeply and said, "Although the emperor did not say it explicitly regarding the Sword Hut, it is clear that he is not happy with this move. At the time, I was forced into a corner. Either I take over the Sword Hut or I start from the beginning." Fan Xian laughed coldly. "Did you think I wanted to be a fatty piece of meat caught between hard buns? Father's intentions were clear. At the very least, you have to go back and report." The great prince furrowed his brows slightly. Shortly after, he sighed. "I am only here to temporarily replace you. Father will not be at ease with me staying in Dongyi for long." Fan Xian sank into silence. He knew the great prince was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The great prince had always had some care and closeness toward Dongyi. After all, Lady Ning had been giving him orders for many years. Additionally, he had military power in his hands. The emperor would rather stay in Dongyi himself than be at ease leaving Dongyi to the great prince. It was not difficult to carve out land and make a king. What kind of land to carve out and who to make a king was the difficult matter. In any case, the emperor has not rushed me. I will stay in Dongyi for a while and help you sort out the situation, Fan Xian said. After the situation has stabilized, I will return to the capital. The great prince nodded and then said, "The Overwatch Council still needs you to manage it. Presumably, father will not always have you away from Jingdo. After you return to Jingdo, ask around and see what the future plans are for Dongyi. You are worried that the emperor will send a powerful figure over and incite a civil revolt in Dongyi?" Fan Xian gazed at him with a slight smile. "I have made arrangements here. As half a Dongyi person, you don't have to worry too much." His tone became serious. "Even if you are worried, you have to bury it in your stomach and not let others see." The great prince knew that his brother truly cared about him. His heart moved, he nodded. "Is Chen Pingping preparing to leave?" Fan Xian took a sip of cold tea and felt his mouth dry. He raised his gaze and glanced at him. This great prince had a close relationship with Chen Pingping. Presumably, he was well aware of what was happening in Chen Garden. He has already begun to make preparations. A few days ago, he went into the palace to ask for his resignation. The great prince did not know that Director Chen, whom he viewed as an elder, had once had treasonous thoughts toward his father. He did not see this matter as serious. He only thought that Director Chen was getting old and should retire. Thinking of how he would leave Jingdo and not knowing if he would see him again in this life, the great prince felt a bit lost in his heart. Fan Xian was silent. He calculated in his heart for a long time and then ignored this question. In the end, he asked, "The troops coming to Dongyi this time, are they truly all the Western Expedition Army? Can you completely control them? The soldiers are all old." "The problem is that there are many strangers in the middle ranks," the great prince said coldly with narrowed eyes. In the next few days, he was still badly battered. The complicated handover and name-changing ceremonies happened everywhere in Dongyi. Fortunately, the Ministry of Rites and Honglu Temple sent a large number of capable officials. Only then did Fan Xian not vomit blood because of these things. What truly battered him was a popular uprising in the Liang Kingdom to the northwest of Dongyi. During the mobilization of the people to resist the Qing invaders, a Liang scholar who was deeply respected by the people self-immolated on the street. Black smoke rose and immediately ignited the hatred in the hearts of the Liang people. Only now did Fan Xian truly understand how childish his initial thoughts were. To truly conquer a foreign country, it was impossible to do so without bloodshed. The great prince had already led the army over to suppress it. Before he left, Fan Xian seriously exhorted that if it was possible for the Qing army to not act, then they must not act. Once the Qing army's hands were stained with the blood of the Dongyi people, it would be difficult to wash it clean. This kind of hatred could never be resolved. The great prince followed the plan and sent a stern-worded letter to the manor of the master of the city in Dongyi, rebuking the master of the city, Yunjilan. He then urged the manor to be the vanguard and the local martial power as the vanguard to suppress the unrest in the Liang Kingdom. The Qing army was the rear and maintained a certain distance. After the great prince and Yunjilan both left Dongyi, all affairs were handed to Fan Xian to handle. He hid by the seaside and thought of the never-ending sparks of fire in Dongyi. He felt a wave of irritation. It should be better to have the manor of the city suppress it. It was probably like the puppet army in his previous life. Fan Xian sat on a large rock by the seaside and smiled bitterly. He knew that no matter what he did, no matter how Sigu Jian's last words and the disciples of the Sword Hut cooperated with him, he still could not change the fact that in the hearts of the people of Dongyi, he was an evil invader. How exactly do you want to deal with the matter of the Liang Kingdom? 13th Wang, who had become more and more silent these few months, was sitting by his side. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you want the army to massacre the people?" The manor of the master of the city does not have an army. It only has the power and position that it has developed over the years. Fan Xian knew why 13th Wang was asking this. After all, he was a Dongyi person. Yet, he had to suppress the unrest in the Liang Kingdom that he saw as righteous. Presumably, his feelings were complicated. He paused for a moment and then quietly said, "I have orders to try to keep as few people as possible dead. In the end, people will still die. Furthermore, once the weapons move, how will you control them?" 13th Wang's gaze was confused. He only stared at the rise and fall of the waves on the ocean. Fan Xian tilted his head and glanced at him. His expression gradually became serious. "Do you know the scholar who burned himself to death?" In the past, Sir Gu often came to the Sword Hut to speak with the teacher, 13th Wang replied. Fan Xian shook his head and said, "There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the world. Although I have never seen this Sir Gu, presumably, he is also a remarkable figure. The chaos in the Liang Kingdom started because of him, but I am unable to deal with him. As for his family, don't worry. I will protect them. Sir Gu's ancestral hall will be built as soon as possible after the matter is over." 13th Wang looked at him in a daze. After a long time, he said, "You don't truly respect him. You just need to put on this attitude to appease the people of the Liang Kingdom." "That's what all invaders do," Yi Zichen said. Fan Xian's expression was slightly dim. "However, I am surprised that you can think of this. 13th, you are becoming more and more remarkable. I've seen too many things. No one can be simple." 13th Wang stared into his eyes and said, "You once promised the teacher that you wouldn't let the people of Dongyi bleed. I don't like to see blood. Otherwise, why would I be tied to this carriage by the Sword Hut?" Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly. His smile gradually became icy. "But, necessary blood must be shed. Otherwise, if it continues to be chaotic, it will be like a whirlpool that will swallow all of Dongyi. At that time, even more people will die. He turned his head and looked calmly at 13th Wang. I know what you are angry about. I also know what you are sad about. Look at my eyes and think of what I have sacrificed. Don't forget, if you only consider it from the perspective of my own interests, if the Qing army attacked, I would be free and unfettered. At most, I would cry for the innocent people of Dongyi. Why would I suffer like this? If the two sides start to fight, Dongyi will certainly lose. The number of deaths will be in the hundreds of thousands, Fan Xian said with his eyes closed. Fan Xian closed his eyes and said, My philosophy of life is very simple. Since this matter cannot be stopped, then the fewer people who die, the better. There is no difference between 10 lives and 10,000 lives, 13th Wang said. Wrong. Fan Xian said resolutely. I don't care if a life has a price. I only know that a person's life is unique. 100,000 unique lives are more important than 10, 100, or 1,000. If the heavens gave me a multiple-choice question, between 100,000 lives and 99,999 lives, I would certainly choose the former because there is one more in the former. The people of Dongyi should learn to be grateful to me. Fan Xian looked into 13th Wang's eyes and calmly said, I have allowed many people who should have died to live. 13th Wang was silent for a long time. He then said, but, these people did not need to die. The emperor's cause requires them to die, so they must die. Fan Xian stood up from the large rock. Even your teacher was unable to stop him. You should understand the pressure I am under. Fan Xian patted the sand from behind his butt and narrowed his eyes at the endless ocean. Sometimes, I find that I am almost Gao de Quan. What is Gao de Quan? An inhuman description, Fan Xian shrugged. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. But, thinking about it carefully, I am not Gao Quan. I am just willing to do this. I will not die for some ideal or some spiritual need, such as burning myself like Mr. Gu. I am a person who knows how to run and is good at running. He then turned around and looked at 13th Wang. Calmly, he said, that day, Siga Jian and I talked quietly in the room. You should have heard the contents of our conversation. Do you have any understanding of the tyrannical Zhenqi? Chapter 681. 13th Wang heard these words and thought for a moment. He didn't reply. Instead, he stood up in front of Fan Xian and slowly pulled out the sword at his waist. 13th Wang was not the green banner fortune teller who walked the world and experienced people's hearts. Rather, he was a swordsman who followed Fan Xian and refused to live alone. Fan Xian's expression became serious. His right hand climbed to his back and pulled out the Wei Emperor's sword. The light of the sword was like autumn water. It reflected the seawater not far away and rippled even more. Without any warning, the silent sword stabbed a foot in front of Fan Xian's face. This was the first time Fan Xian had truly seen 13th Wang use a sword. Only now did he understand why Siga Jian had entrusted all of his legacy to this young man. Without question, 13th Wang's understanding of sword intent had reached a very high realm. With a thought, the tip of the sword arrived. It seemed to have already surpassed the restrictions of the environment. This was the terrifying realm brought about by the tenacity of one's heart. Once 13th Wang moved his sword, there were no stray thoughts in his heart. There was only this sword. The Emperor's sword in Fan Xian's hand was still pointed 45 degrees into the sky. He had no time to react. His face was pale. The tyrannical Zhenqi at the back of his waist exploded. Without any delay, he forced himself up. Like a seagull, he flapped his wings and glided toward the back of the beach. One slide was 150 feet. This was not a strange movement that a human should have. 13th Wang's sword was an assassin. The cold light at the tip of the sword slowly retracted. A sword mark appeared without reason on the beach in front of him. It was as if someone had walked by and a sword had passed by. It was a deep mark. The two of them were 150 feet apart. Fan Xian still held the Emperor's sword tightly in his hand. Suddenly, he had a feeling that 13th Wang's seemingly light and direct strike had a hint of the startling strike the shadow had made that day in the manner of the master of Dongyi. The shadow had gathered decades of cultivation and hatred. He stared in a daze at the silent 13th Wang. A moment later, he said, "What a tyrannical strike." As the words left his mouth, he realized his voice was a bit hoarse. Presumably, in order to avoid this simple strike, the Jinqi in his body had increased too much in a short amount of time and injured his lungs. Fan Xian took a deep breath. The pale complexion on his face gradually returned to normal. He glanced deeply at 13th Wang and said, pressing forward with indomitable will, "This is indeed your method. Usually, you were not this fast or powerful. I've cultivated the tyrannical true qi, but I couldn't even pass the first stage. However, I've experienced the taste of this technique." 13th Wang's attack was ineffective. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "I've already thought it through. I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. I have the sword in my hand. Why should I learn the Qing Emperor's secret?" The nameless art formula was too domineering, especially at the first checkpoint. His mind and body were completely separated, completely conflicting, and uncontrollable. It was too similar to qi deviation. Back then, Fan Xian had easily passed this trial because the last years of his previous life had all been spent in bed. He had long gotten used to being in a vegetative state where his entire body could not move and only his brain could move. Thus, Fan Xian was not surprised that 13th Wang had not stepped onto the path of the tyrannical martial formula. He was only surprised at 13th Wang's ability to comprehend. In such a short amount of time, he had sensed the dangers of the tyrannical martial formula. Furthermore, he had such high intelligence to immediately stop his search in this area. "If I couldn't dodge that attack just now, would you have killed me?" Fan Xian asked with slight mockery as the corners of his mouth twitched. 13th Wang was silent for a moment and then shook his head. He was a bit tired. He sat down directly on the slightly wet beach. That attack had appeared simple. It was just a basic bending of the elbow. To explode out with such speed and carry such a decisive stance, it had used up too much of his energy. In a short amount of time, it was impossible for 13th Wang to stab out a second time. It was just like how the shadow could only stab out that attack against Sigu Jian in the manner. Fan Xian clearly understood this point. Slowly raising his feet, he walked toward 13th Wang's side. With a strange emotion, he said, "Many people say that one shouldn't bite off more than one can chew. Even you have such a clear judgment. Usually, I always thought that more skills did not weigh me down. Was I wrong?" A faint trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. "There are 4 great grandmasters in the world. In addition to my blind uncle, of the 5 ultimate skills, I have grasped 4. Even the Yi family's flowing cloud Sansho has been mostly grasped by me." He sat in front of 13th Wang and furrowed his brows. "In the world, no, in all of history, I am the only one who has learned so many ultimate skills. Today, I was forced back by one attack from you. What is the use of learning so much? To be able to learn so much already shows that you are the most terrifying person in the world." 13th Wang's temperament was simple, but he was not like Dabao. He acutely sensed the sense of defeat gradually rising in Fan Xian's heart. Looking into his eyes, he said, "Any martial technique requires us to use our most focused thoughts and a lifetime to cultivate, practice, and perfect. Furthermore, it is an ultimate skill left behind by a great grandmaster. For you to be able to cultivate 4 of them to the extreme in a short period of 20 years is already shocking enough." Fan Xian had cultivated the ultimate skills of the 4 great grandmasters. In front of 13th Wang's attack, he had to temporarily retreat. Involuntarily, he thought of Sigurd-Jien's realm and the emperor's realm. A sadness that was difficult to suppress grew in his heart. 13th Wang looked into his eyes and quietly said, "Your ability to comprehend is very good, particularly with your strong foundations. Additionally, with such good luck, you should be the most powerful person in the world. My ability to comprehend is only average, particularly in front of you and Haitang Duo. Fan Xian took a deep breath and said, "All I can rely on is hard work. However, there is a limit to one's strength. Even if I were to work twice as hard as I am now, I would still not be able to break through that piece of paper." Fan Xian was able to easily dodge 13th Wang's attack that seemed to have come from the heavens. Additionally, he had long hidden the ultimate skills in his sleeves and body, particularly his sinister battle personality, and the ingenuity the Overwatch Council had given him. He was confident that no matter which 9th-level ace he faced in the world, he would be able to defeat them. Even if it was 13th Wang, Haitang, Lang Tiao, or Yun Jilan, once they faced him, the one to die in the end would be them. After Yi Luyun left this world, regardless of whether it was power or personal cultivation, Fan Xian would, without question, be the second in the world. 13th Wang had also sensed this from Fan Xian's seemingly easy and casual slide earlier. A faint sense of awe rose in his heart. He looked at Fan Xian and still could not understand how a young man in his 20s could raise his cultivation to such a realm. The realms of the three young people in the world were similar. However, Fan Xian was more ruthless and had more tricks than the other two. "How did you retreat that time?" 13th Wang asked him with narrowed eyes. Fan Xian was silent for a long time and didn't reply. He only turned his head back and stared at the gradually rising and falling white waves on the ocean. He had already stayed in Dongyi for a long time. The booklet Master Ku he had left behind was deeply imprinted in his mind. Each time he meditated by the seaside, those words would pour into his mind. Although he still didn't understand most of the meaning, miraculously, as long as he thought about it, it seemed that there were minute factors inside and outside of his body that began to resonate with each other. His body became lighter, and his movements became faster. The recovery rate of the Jinqi in his body also increased. It was as if there truly was a kind of invisible and untouchable Yuanqi in the world that was willing to follow his thoughts to replenish what he had lost. However, this kind of replenishment made his heart palpitate. Was this the magic of the West? Humans would always have a fear of things they did not know of. What made Fan Xian even more indifferent was that the changes the little booklet brought him were not enough to solve too many problems. The speed of replenishment was too slow, and the increase in realm was too small. It seemed that the second in the world could only ever be the second in the world. For a moment, Fan Xian even wondered if he had made a huge mistake. Regardless of whether it was Master Ku He, Sigurd-Jien, Yi Luyun, or the Emperor, these people at the top of the world were far above him in terms of willpower and diligence in cultivation. However, these great grandmasters only cultivated their own unique skills and never had their heart set on anything else. He had learned too many things and knew too many things. It was too messy. Fan Xian had a feeling that it would probably be easier for 13th Wang and Duo to break through that piece of paper than him. This was probably the intention Sigurd-Jien had spoken of. His intention was still not as firm as those two people. Because he was too afraid, he did not care about the price to find a way to make himself stronger. Perhaps this kind of purposefulness was inferior, but he was truly afraid. He was afraid of death. He was afraid of the people he cared about dying. "I am returning to the capital the day after tomorrow." A slight smile suddenly rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. As long as Dongyi does not fall into chaos, at least the world is still peaceful. Why should I worry about so many things? Dongyi belonged to the Qin kingdom. Although there were waves of unrest, with the suppression of the Qin kingdom's powerful military power and the cooperation of the upper echelons of Dongyi, it was impossible to raise any major waves. The emperor's trust in Fan Xian remained. Chen Pingping was about to leave the capital to retire. Thinking of this, Fan Xian stood against the sea breeze and felt very comfortable. Regardless of whether or not Uncle Wu Zhu would return, it seemed that as long as they followed this trend, he and the emperor would always be able to find a second path. Bloodshed was not necessarily necessary. Bloodshed was necessary. When the autumn wind began to pass through the small hills behind Dongyi, Fan Xian had finally taken care of most of the affairs in Dongyi. By the time the great prince and Yun Zhilan returned, the first major turmoil after Dongyi's surrender was finally extinguished within the borders of the Liang kingdom with the cooperation of both sides. The flames that had been lit by the self-immolation of the great scholar, Sir Gu, were quickly extinguished by the blood and were unable to spread for long. Over 400 people died in the Liang kingdom. These hot-blooded Dongyi people unfortunately lay in pools of blood. Fan Xian read through the general memorials and gave some instructions to the great prince. He then boarded the carriages leaving Dongyi. He was once again returning to Jingdo to debrief. Conquering a piece of land brought about daily nervousness, busyness, and killing for these expeditionary officials. After the great prince parted with Fan Xian, he led the garrison troops and coldly watched every movement in Dongyi. At this time, he and Fan Xian both felt that the general situation was set. If they continued to slowly struggle like this, regardless of whether it was the Qing court or the general situation of the world, they would all be within a controllable range. Thus, the two brothers were in good moods. In the crisp autumn air, their hearts were incomparably refreshed and had thrown away all their worries. Fan Xian could even temporarily not think about the problem of 10-family village and the problems of the past. As for the popular man in court, He Zongwei, in his eyes, he was just a clown and could not affect anything at all. Today was a good day. These few days were rare good days in Fan Xian's life. The Black Overwatch Council carriages left Dongyi and slowly made their way back to the capital. Fan Xian was not in a hurry to return to the capital. Looking at the golden, slightly yellow, and deep yellow leaves around him, as well as the autumn mountains that had been painted into an oil painting, was also a rare enjoyment. Of course, blood continued to flow non-stop along the way. As a powerful official of the Qing kingdom, the master of the sword hut, the representative of the invaders, and the Qing emperor's favorite illegitimate child, Fan Xian became the emperor's favorite. On his way back to the capital, Fan Xian became the first target of the volunteer armies of the vassal states around Dongyi and the rebellious people. Perhaps it was not appropriate to call them rebellious people. They were righteous people. Most of the righteous people in Dongyi refused to accept surrender and bravely entered the mountains to fight the Qing invaders. Most of the people in Dongyi who refused to accept surrender and bravely entered the mountains to fight the Qing invaders were people of the Jianghu. These people, who had martial strength, were clearly more direct when it came to protecting their own moral principles. No one knew how these people found out when Fan Xian left Dongyi and grasped the route of the Overwatch Council carriages back to the capital. Along the way, they began to launch assassinations and even suicidal attacks on the powerful Qing officials in the black carriages. After arriving in Yanjing for about 20 days, the black carriages had been attacked 7 times. The troops from Yanjing and the Black Knights stationed at the border had not come to receive them. The great prince had only given Fan Xian a 1,000-man army. Thus, dealing with these 7 major attacks was rather difficult. Fan Xian no longer had any interest in admiring the scenery. Instead, he sank deep into thought. His personal safety was not a problem. The attacking volunteer armies often had no choice but to retreat after leaving behind countless corpses. However, his subordinates, especially the great prince's Western Expedition Army, had also paid a great price for this. Because they had sunk into a non-stop attack, the top-secret council reports from Jingdo had not arrived for 3 days. Fan Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked west with narrowed eyes. He silently prayed for Jingdo and the people he cared about to be safe. While Fan Xian was traversing through the mountains, within the Qing kingdom's borders, there was also a long group of carriages moving through the lonely night. This group of carriages was also pure black. In the very wide carriage in the middle, there was an old man with a woolen blanket covering his knees. His gaze was slightly turbid. Looking at the night road, he felt that this road seemed to never end. The former director of the Overwatch Council, the person who had secretly controlled the Qing kingdom's dark powers for decades, the Qing emperor's most loyal official, the most hated enemy of the Qing civil officials, the old thief that northern Qi and Dongyi people feared the most, and a major figure who had once influenced the entire situation under heaven, Sir Chen Pingping had finally embarked on his journey to retire. This time, he was not leaving Jingdo to return home to visit his family. He was returning home to settle down. First-class merit, countless rewards, and returning home to retire was a rare honor the emperor had given this old dog. All of the Qing civil officials thought so. Chen Pingping's home was to the east of the Qing kingdom. If one looked at it from a map, it was below Dongyi. However, it was a great distance from Danzhou and Jiaozhou. On the contrary, it was closer to Jiangnan. It was an impoverished area that was not very developed. The solitary group of carriages returning home was still far from home. Today, the group only passed through Dazhou. This was a province that Chen Pingping had to pass through on his way home. The group of carriages did not notify the officials along the way to avoid startling all of them into coming out in fear and trepidation to kowtow to the old director. However, Dazhou was brightly lit today. The bailiffs of the government were busily searching for something under the strict scolding of the Ministry of Justice's officials. Chen Pingping narrowed his eyes. He didn't remember any important figure in Dazhou. He lifted the curtain and summoned an unfamiliar official beside him. In a quiet voice, he asked a few questions. The official's face was unfamiliar, but there was a craftiness in his eyes that came from understanding the affairs of the world. He smiled warmly and replied, "When the commissioner returned to the capital, we had arrived a long time ago." Chen Pingping hummed tiredly, but a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. He thought of the conversation he had with the emperor in the royal palace before he left Jingdo. He had already seen the deepest meaning in the emperor's heart. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.